Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Today I will be creating, if you didn't see the title, the ultimate random animal generator. Now it's going to generate the animal pictures, just to be clear, but it'll be generating a lot of animals. So these are the sources that I have available. These are all the APIs that we're going to use. And if any of y'all know any more APIs, drop them in the chat and we will use them. Because I didn't find every API available in the universe, but I found a fair number of them, which I feel like this is a pretty good amount. It's over 12. And this is what we'll be doing, making it so you can click and get a random animal picture from one of these. In addition, we'll be making it so that you can choose what species of animals to get, and it will use the correct API that has them. Like, for example, the cat API, as you can imagine, only serves as cats. So if the person wants a dog, we won't consider getting an image from this source, but we would consider dog.co, Shibi Online, etc., etc. And finally, we're going to implement permalinks, which basically means, if you ever heard that term, the URLs will be hot linkable. So it'll be something like the web page hash source equals cat API, and then ID equals 123. So you can share this URL, and it'll take the user straight to the image you're seeing. So it's a little bit more than, it's an extra fun feature, messing around with the history API and the URL search params API. So yeah, we got these APIs, we're going to mess with that API, and we're going to be building all of these in an object-oriented manner. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be the best object-oriented manner, but it's going to be a object-oriented manner. So I believe that it is ready to go. As usual, feel free to ask any questions you have in chat. There are captions enabled. They should be native to whatever player you're watching on. Click the little CC button in the desktop. In the Twitch desktop player, it'll work. The CC button in the mobile player will also work. They're mostly accurate. And that is it. Now, I would talk to you about how this is all synchronized to GitHub and how you can view it. But this is an empty project with a to-do file, so there's nothing to synchronize. There's nothing here yet, so we need to start, as per usual, with an HTML file. Using VS Code's emit template, we'll use that. And then we will say random animal generator. Boom, that's half of it. Let's make ourselves a CSS folder and link our index.css. As always, I tend to go by setting the body, the background color of black, just so I know the CSS is linked up correctly. So link, and that is rel style sheet. So we don't do this. Doesn't know it's a CSS file. href index.css. That is in the CSS folder, so we need to provide that. And we will also be linking a file that we don't yet have called normalize. If you're familiar with it, then you're probably like, why don't you use the template? I always like getting the latest version myself. And I will use aspects of the template as we get to them. So there it is. This is the URL. You can directly link to this, but in order to make sure that it's always available on the project, I'm going to download it. That's just a little Linux command for downloading stuff. Now we have normalized CSS. Drag and drop into the CSS folder. It is working. Remember, your styles need to go after normalize, or else normalize will override your styles. And finally, we're going to link up the JavaScript. So script source equals index.js. And then automatically closing tag. Thank you, VS Code. And index.js. Now, I'm not creating a JS folder since I only plan to have one of these, but if you wanted to, you could. Hello, world. And now we need to actually open this up. So There are many tools you can use. I'm using Live Server, Common VS Code extension. And now it has opened it up. You can see the background is black, so that proves CSS is working. And if we open the console, we see hello world. So that proves JavaScript is working. I like making sure things work before you start writing code and wondering why the code doesn't do anything. Now at this point, we can rush ahead, start adding all that fun stuff, or we can get get involved. So if we do git init, we create ourselves a new git repository, and now we're going to do git status. And we see a lot of stuff here. We only want to add our project files, so we'll git add CSS, index HTML, and index.js. Then we run git status again. It's always good to know how the repository is doing. And we see these files are ready to be committed. They are staged and ready to go. So now we're going to go ahead and commit them. And we will set a message on the command line because we don't want to open a Vim. And that message will be first commit. It's very creative, folks. I'm aware. Now, if we look with git log or any other thing, we can see we have our commit and it looks happy. Now, this is synchronized to Git repository, but not exactly to a GitHub, like I said. So let's do that. Over here, I'm going to create a GitHub repository, random animal generator. Gotta watch out for typos here. Okay, that's good. I got to this page by clicking the plus and new repository, if y'all are wondering. Hey, Nay0419, how you doing? I am just creating the GitHub repository and getting all this scaffolding working. Okay, so now, following the instructions, we are pushing an existing repository, so we just run the commands they give us. So we copy, paste, run the command. Doesn't hurt to run this command too. And it also doesn't hurt to run this command. And now it says it's all happened. So if I refresh this page, there is my code. So to follow along, clone, pull, or just look at the code afterwards, there be the link. Now this is pretty good, but we want to do a little bit extra, but we don't actually have anything to show yet. So we're going to write a little bit of code to get this working, and then we'll do some extra synchronization / follow along stuff. So first for the HTML, we actually need a user interface to interact with. So the way I plan on doing this is having two select boxes and a button. So one select box is going to be selecting what species of animals you'd like to see. Cat, dog, bird, any, all that good stuff. The other one would be from what source you want to see the animals from. So the user can select one of these, both of these, and neither of these. And when you click the fetch button, it will prioritize the species. So if you select any species, then it'll just get all the sources that don't matter. And for if you select I'm forgetting my words. Select the other thing, the source, then it'll only get animals from that source. Yeah, Nay, the cocktail maker and NASA API were fun to work on. There's a lot more that, like, especially with the NASA API, with all the other APIs they have, there is a lot that can be done with them. Also, the cocktail maker has like the meal variant, so you can expand it even further to include all food and drink types if you really wanted to make it your own. Now, so the way I'm going to make these form elements, I'm going to use a field set. Now, if y'all haven't heard of this, it's basically a element used to contain form elements, basically. Now, the cool thing about this is, so let's just leave it empty. It comes with its own border. I know you're not choosing HTML elements because of their stylistic purposes, but it's got a nice own border. It's pretty neat. If you give it a legend, you can say like put some text inside this legend. And of course, if you use your CSS to set the color of the text to white, because black on a black background is invisible, you can see that a field set legend puts the text in the middle of the border, just automatically. You don't need to do anything. So that's some pretty neat behavior I like. Now we're going to make our three input elements. One of them is going to be a select, and the other one's going to be a button, and then the last one's going to be a select. So we have two selects and a button. Very amazing. Now we want to give these some text, at least the button, so we can read it. And these two, we also want to give some data. So most of this is going to be generated by JavaScript, but some of it, speaking of the first one, is going to be generated, well, it's going to be generated manually by HTML. So it's going to be an option, and we're just going to say all. So this is basically if you want to use all of the sources or all of the species. Now these are good, but it's hard to tell which is which. I'm going to give this an ID of, let's see, sources and an ID species. But the user can't tell what this is. So what we're going to use the label element, which is the semantic element you're to use when labeling your form input elements. Oh, I said form and my mouse was like, my keyboards were like, we're typing form. No, we are typing label. There we go. In these, there are two ways to attach them. You can either put the element you're labeling inside the label, or you can give the element an ID and give the element a for matching that ID. I'm personally going to go with embedding the element I'm labeling within the label. And we're going to call these what they actually are. So sources and species. Now we use Control-Shift-I to get some auto formatting. And this is looking a little better. Not the best, but we can do some styling to this. So let's actually do some styling to this. So bringing out index.css. First thing I want this to do is, this is way too wide. It should only be as wide as it needs to be. So if we ask field set to have a width of max content, it's only as wide as its content needs. It's a fun property I like using. Now what are some other things we want to do to field set? Well, we want it to be centered. So we can use margin auto, and this will tell it to automatically add margin to the left and right as much as it can. It's also telling it to add margin to the top and the bottom, but top and bottom margin auto collapse, so it effectively doesn't do it. But if you want to be really safe, you can say 0 auto, so you're making sure that the vertical margin is explicitly set to 0 in case it ever does want to work. Yeah, Ryan, 12 APIs, and if y'all know any more, because like I didn't find every API in the universe, but if you know more, feel free to drop them. We can get that number up higher. Because actually, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it's already at 14. So if you want to get that number higher, feel free to suggest any API I didn't think of, but I think I got most of them. And do not worry about cores, because like a third of these have cores errors. Once I get there, I'm going to show how I do it. Spoiler alert, it's going to be using a cores proxy. It could die at any moment, but I'm going to write it in a way that if the cores proxy does die, we swap it out. Yeah, I felt like, cause Mind Wolf did the dog one. I'm like, I totally gotta do a cat one. But then I saw Hello Rufio. They mentioned like no bird one, and I'm like, well, yeah, there needs to be a bird one, of course. And then it's like, what about all the other animals? So I was like, I just started collecting, and I'm like, we should do them all. So that is the plan. After a little bit more styling, though. So display flex, because I want these to all, I don't know what I want. I want these, what do I want? I want the labels to be on top of the inputs. So I'm going to say select, give this a width of 100%. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. But the text isn't centered. So there's a property for that. We're going to see if it works. Text align center. That's working. Now our legend isn't centered. Now I already know how to do this because I've done it before, but you would think, oh, okay, you go legend, you take texts align center. No, 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 that's not how it works. You need to give it a margin of auto. That's how it works. Yeah. Now fetch, this is a nice button, but it's a little out of place beside the selects. So I want it to be like only as high as these. Now, because since I'm using flexbox, it's going to be one of the align things. So here comes my lack of flexbox. Justify self and okay, I don't know what it is. When you don't know what it is, I go into DevTools and I'm like, okay, I will try every variation. Has no effect. It's not a grid item. Okay, maybe it's align self. Auto. Oh, here it is. Okay, so it's align self, and look at that. Align self and it lines up to the select ones. It looks beautiful. So, yoink. Align content. Maybe on the parent one, that'll do. Let's see, field set, align content, flex end. No, align items, because I do know like what you're going for, having the parent. There you go. Yeah, that probably is better to be explicit rather than implicit and like having these two just work because of their height. So yeah, good suggestion there, Ryan. So this is good. They're a little crammed though. We want to give them spacing. Now we could whip out the padding, or we could whip out the margin. We could use something in Flex called gap, and we'll just give it one rem. Yeah, it looks good. Now this is gap, so we're gonna do a little inspecting because I don't remember how this works. Show me the flex. Okay, yeah, so it's a little hard to see, but Firefox and Chrome have these little hover highlight thingamabobs that show you what they're being made. So we can see our gap is this much right here. This is our gap it's adding. So pretty cool. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't being vertical. Now it is going vertical, but no one cares about that. I don't see it anymore. So this is nearly all the styling done. All we have left is styling the image. Now we don't actually have an image yet, so we're going to kind of skip ahead a little bit. We're going to pick one of these. Let's see, bunnies.io. That's a good looking one. Cute bunny. So this is an awkward one. This one also has videos, so I'm going to go for an actual image one. Random duck. There we go. Let's get random duck / random according to the API docs. Gives us JSON with a URL, and wow, we get a lot of guts. We allow ducks. I did not push this part to Git, but I will go ahead and synchronize it for you. Close that repository. Let's see, what have we done? Oh yeah, the GitHub URL is this one. Hey, thanks for coming on by, Jeannie. So let's see, add HTML, commit, we push, style controls. That sounds like a good message. There we go. And git push. GitHub is now synchronized. There y'all go. Now we have a little bit more HTML and CSS to do. So I'm just going to put an image tag here. And we're only going to have one image at a time. So I don't need to give this thing any ID or any class because we're just going to grab the only image on the page, this one, when we do our styling and such. Now, I want this to somewhat be like responsive and all, so I need an actual image to test it on. This is a great one. Well, I deleted the image. So we're going to source it to this image automatically. Live server makes it auto-magically show up, but like this image could be bigger, you know? So what we're going to do, we're going to start throwing some CSS properties on it until it works, which is kind of my strategy. So we want this to have a maximum width and height. So we do width 100%, height 100%. Now this is great, but now the image is cut off. So we don't want that. So what we can do is use this neat property called object fit and tell it to contain. Well, what we should have been able to do, we need to give it a margin. Thought this would work. Oh, so perhaps, so it's contained because the parent is display flex direction column. No, that's not doing it. Well, maybe we'll style it later once I figure out what's going wrong. Yeah, I appreciate it, Nene. I guess I am doing it efficiently. I've been coding for, like, randomly coding self-taught for a few years. Technically, I think in 2011-ish it started. Oh, hey, I'm glad to hear it. That is kind of half the point here, to be able to, show not only the perfect, like, this is how we make a cake, but this is how we recover when we start spilling ingredients everywhere. So let's see. Why does this CSS not do what I want it to do? Maybe we will skip it, like I said. So if we give our body an explicit height, 100 VH. Yes, okay. So, I would love to explain exactly why every CSS property did what it did. But, so the height is basically saying you only have a certain amount of height, and the flex is doing some cool stuff. But the important part here is the object fit contain, because otherwise it's like I make maximum height, maximum width. But when you do object fit contain, it's basically saying, like, how do I want to respect this according to, like, my aspect ratio? So contain is like, I don't want any stretching, but I don't want anything to be outside. Now cover, as you can see, I will stretch as much as I want. No, fill is stretch, cover is zoom in, basically. And there's some other ones like none, apparently. Scale down, never heard of that one. But contain is what we want, and apparently we didn't need that margin. So now that I figured out how my CSS works, we copy the CSS straight into our CSS file. This is why I like working on the dev tools, because otherwise I have to save, tab, and when you're using live server or anything that refreshes, when you save, it refreshes. By the time you go back and look at it, it's already changed, and if there's slight changes, then it's like, nothing changed, but it was so slight that you missed it. So let's style the image tag. Image here. Boom. And we need to style the body too with this. Happiness. And if we close DevTools, go full screen, open DevTools, make the width smaller, you can see it's basically mobile responsive. I mean, it's two elements in a column layout. It's pretty hard not to make this responsive in some form. Oh hey, thanks for the follow, EpiCat. How has your day been? Yeah, so I've made these changes. Let's sync these to GitHub. And after I sync these to GitHub, we'll leave the random duck in there. Add and style image. Image placeholder. Coming up with good names, folks. This is what we do all day. Okay, now we do git push, synchronized again. Now I'm going to do something extra, and y'all don't have to use it, but I just want this to be available. There's a tool, so like basically, you can't see my live server. Like you see, it's on this IP address, which is like local to me. No one else can get to this, which means if you want to like see it working yourself, you have to go to GitHub, clone the repository, then run live server or open it up in Firefox. And that's like 3 steps, a lot of steps to do. But what if you just want to play around with what I have right now? Well, that's why I'm going to spin up ngrok. Know what ngrok is? And don't worry, security folks, all my stuff is closed down. You won't be able to get anything by me sharing this. Is that basically you can visit this URL and you will see my live server. So if you want to play with it and like click the buttons, without having to do all the downloading. You can do this until like the very end of the stream, in which I like enable GitHub pages and all that. And then you can just go to the repo and view it yourself. But until we get to that part, you just now yeah, Ryan, it's pretty neat. The only like quote disadvantage is that if I accidentally create an infinite loop and some of y'all are on Firefox and you have this open, all of our browsers are going to be crashing. So do note, like your browser will refresh as my browser refreshes. So it's kind of like VS Code Live Share, but just the browser, because I'm not prepared to VS Code Live Share entire Twitch stream. Yeah, Grok was taken. I mean, I don't know why. I think the N Grok maybe stands for network. I don't know. I never knew the abbreviation. But there used to be something old called local tunnel. And, I mean, that doesn't really work anymore. Explain your name, people. What are your name? Okay, yeah, I don't know why they named it that. But I'm gonna guess it's just like network grok or something like that. But yeah, it is a pretty good service. Like, I use it for just like showing like stuff on my mobile phone, or see how stuff works out of network through the internet and stuff. But yeah, like if you give them a bit of money, you can like custom domains and all that funny fancy stuff. Ah, yeah. I guess it is a bit of a Helvetian nod. Didn't think of that. But yeah, so if you want to follow along really closely, because you just hate being out of sync, that's your option. Now we actually need to do some of this logic here, right? So we have a nice duck, but we need species, we need sources, we need buttons working. Now there are two approaches. There's write all of this code out, and then once all the code's done, then test to see if it works, or just get to the like minimal testable state. That's kind of the way I like to do it, like to be able to quickly and easily test stuff. So initially, we're not going to go super object oriented. We're going to pick our bunnies. We're not going to pick bunnies because that's a tougher one. We're going to pick random duck API, and we're going to make that work. So we're just going to name this a function, fetch random duck. And that's our URL. Now we need to do something with this URL, of course. What do we do with it? We pass it to fetch. And then we can check the response by doing our then, because fetch returns a promise, resolving to the response. If you're using VS Code or any modern tooling, it tells you that. So do response, and then you can check what response does by doing response dot. All these cool methods. Most of our APIs are going to be returning JSON, except one, I believe. So we want to return JSON, and this will resolve, because it's another promise, to JSON. So great thing about promise is that you can chain them. So let me just put this on this line so it's a little more readable. Let me get another zoom on that. So at the end of this purple parenthesis, so basically at the end of this, we can do then again. Then we have data. Now, if we hover over data, VS Code don't know what data is. It says it's any, because data literally could be any. So we're just going to console log it. And I like using console logging objects using the shorthand thing, because it gives you a free label. So now we save this. And of course, nothing happens, because we made a function, but we never called it. So we call the function here. Ooh, we get a CORS error. Okay, my luck was great. I picked one of the few APIs that was actually having a CORS error. But that's okay. We will, as the Barbara Oakley says, eat our frogs, right? So I guess we'll start off demonstrating how we get past this particular CORS error. Yeah, so there are two issues here I'm recognizing. That URL ain't right. So I need to go to random duck API, get the URL. So documentation, most of them have them. Some of them are actually readable, some of them not. This one's pretty usable. It tells you the base URL, and it tells you the endpoints to it. So they would say this one or this one. They got a giant recommendation, always API version. So we will do this, because this has the version inbuilt. So if they update to version 3, our API doesn't break. Now they say the endpoint is /random. It has some query parameters, and it returns something like this. It's nice they provide an example. But I like looking at things myself. So I'm just going to go here manually. And so what happened is it went and it got the JSON. And since I have an extension, one of like 50 extensions out there, it turned the JSON into a readable little object. But this is what you would get if you didn't have the extension. Just this on your page. Message, powered, URL, and then an image. Now this is what URL we want to use, so I copy it straight from the URL bar, address bar. And yes, I could have used Postman, but everyone has a browser. Not everyone wants to install Postman. So now we go there, and we look back. It worked. The URL changed, but we still get that CORS error. So there are numerous approaches to CORS errors. It all depends on the server. So if you don't know what a CORS error means, it stands for cross-origin request script. It basically means that a server out there in the world has said, I only want these front-end clients, browsers, etc., to be able to access this URL. And it either lists them, like a comma-separated list of them, like if you're from Google, you're good. If you're from Facebook, you're not good. Or it can say asterisk. Now, if you've used any regular expressions or stuff like that, or file systems, you know this is generally like a wild card, so it means everyone. So if they respond to a request with allow access, allow control, oh, what a tongue twister, right? Access control, allow origin. If they respond with a header containing the asterisk or containing a domain name that you are requesting from, this is your domain name by the way, you can make the request. But if they don't come with an asterisk or respond with a domain name you're requesting from, you get a CORS error. Now there are lots of, there's a whole in-depth thing about the security implications, why it's good and all that, but that was the shortest explanation I could think of, so that's the explanation. Two solutions is either get yourself whitelisted, which ain't an option for most of these APIs. The other option is to use a CORS proxy. Now, you can either build one yourself or use someone else's. What a CORS proxy is basically some server out on the internet that when you make a request to it, you give it a URL and it will make the request for you from its server. So I'll just demonstrate it and I'll explain it a little more after. So there are like tons of them out there. You can make your own. Some people on 100 devs literally made their own. But this is the one I found. It is api.codetabs.com. I don't know them. I'm not associated with them. They could go down tomorrow. Apparently that's not the right URL. Well, it's not the right URL for the documentation. And maybe I need to go here. Okay, it needs to be... Where is the CORS thing? There it is. I don't know who this is, but... Yeah, with flexors. So, we'll just, yeah, I don't know who this is, but they work right now. And they seem to be working pretty stably. Don't need to do anything weird to get it working. So the purpose of CORS, it's a security thing. So let's say you make an API on your website. So you have a server, you built yourself an API. Let's say it does some stuff that's kind of difficult. So like it spends a lot of CPU or memory or something like that doing that. You don't want random Joe Schmo on the internet finding your URL and using your API. Because what if that API like costs you money or something, or has access to personal data? You don't want them using that. So CORS basically prevents randoms on the internet from using your API. Now, since we're not making the API, we're on the other side of it. It's preventing us from using their APIs. Now, the reason behind it, there are lots of different, like that's the main purpose of why someone would practically use it, besides the just protecting it like from unauthorized use. Maybe it's an expensive operation, don't want to run up charges on an account, for example. Those are like the primary reasons, I believe. But like I said, there's a whole extensive thing into like how and why and like how it worked before, but I don't know all of that. Yeah, prevent spamming. That's one aspect of it. So like for example, let me try to think. Yeah, actually, I think I might have an example here. I don't know if it'll work though. If you bear with me one moment, I have an actual example. Of course, I have to click the thing to get it to work. Scroll. API. There we go. Now let me just copy this. Copy this fetch in a new tab. There we go. I'll only be like 20 more seconds. Let me figure this out. And here we go. Okay, here we go. So I have one example right here, and it's a real example because it's my example. So you're gonna see a little bit how my portfolio site works a bit. Paste again. I just broke the text. But basically, I have an endpoint on my website that can tell you how many views a certain page has gotten. Now let me bring it over here, open this console, and show you how it works. So this is the endpoint. It's my website /API/views. So what this does is when you're on the website, so I'll show you what it's actually doing first. So, and yeah, shameless self-promotion, I know. But this is actually a good example. So I only want to show API requests. So when we scroll all the way to the bottom, we have a nice little API counter. It was initially 0, but now it has a number. So if I make this bigger, you can see it made an API request to views, and like it's 200 okay, all kinds of stuff was happening. We asked how many views did this location have. It responded 204. I know it's the most complicated API you've all seen, but what if I only want this to work on my site with my retro counter? So like, and I mean, this isn't a cheap operation. It's doing some parsing on the back end. It's accessing a database. Maybe I have a limit on how many times I can access that database. Maybe I don't want other people to know how many views I have unless they come to my site. So what I have, and I didn't actually need to set this up, like I'm using a technology called Next.js. It's kind of like a framework. It automatically set it up for me, but it's also like you don't need to enable cores. It's on by default. Like, so it's the most secure by default. So like if I make this request and then I do then r.json, then I do then console log. Okay, something breaks. Okay, but I don't know what's breaking there, but that's a different error for another time. r.text maybe. Oh, because I didn't provide a path name. Yeah, so bad example for just posting it. But you can see I make the request and we just get an error 400 because I'm making a bad request. But if we go over here, now notice the domain changed. So we're on a different origin. And I make the request. Boom, CORS error. Because I don't want some randoms using my API. That's like a practical example of it. Now there are maybe there are better ones, but that's the one at least I could demonstrate easily. Now, yeah, we came here because we want to bypass that logic. And yes, this will probably work with my logic too. Please don't do that. But we want to use this one, which is basically a server that takes a URL and it will make a request from the server, which cannot be blocked by CORS. Yeah, I'm glad it made at least some sense, Gene. Because imagine like there are some APIs, like I have an API on my website, like when you submit the contact form, it does some stuff, like it sends me an email. So spoiler alert, when you submit my contact form, it sends me an email with the contact form information. What if I didn't want someone to be accessing that and just sending me a billion emails? I would need to, that's why it's CORS protected, at least that particular endpoint. So like maybe that's a better example. I don't want randoms to be able to send me emails. I want to specifically only when they visit my site and are on my site. So I want that endpoint that eventually sends me an email to work. Now I'm being smart about it. I'm not using a paid email service, but if I was using a paid email service, then I would very much not like anyone spamming it or doing stuff like that, because this is the internet, unfortunately, and I know maybe you heard of like what happened to Blah's site when that one class happened up and she got spammed quite a bit. So It is the internet. You gotta, unfortunately, protect yourself from those actors. So yeah, pretty good documentation here. They show an example. Actually, they don't show an example. They show like how stuff works. Yeah, pretty good example. So now we have it, and this is some great docs. Yeah, we can close all these tabs. Now, when we use the course proxy, this one, you just put the URL after the thing. Now, maybe this course proxy doesn't support all your favorite parameters, but it supports enough. And there are better ones, and you can make your own if it doesn't. So now, if we look here, yeah, right. I mean, it's because it depends on what side of it you're on, right? If you want to use an API and it's blocked by cores, it's annoying. But if you are making an API and you don't want anyone else to use it, like it's just an API for your website, which is what those APIs are on my website, for example. Like I don't have documentation like, hey folks, you want to see how many views I have? No, I don't have that. Like it's an API specifically for my website. Then cores is a blessing. It's one of the kind of, I don't know if it's first line of defense. It's a line of defense against people spamming and having access to stuff they're not supposed to have access to. Easily bypassable, but like that's why previous other devs curse it, because it takes a little effort to do it, and it's like it's kind of how like most locks, at least in the US, they're easily pickable, so they keep out mostly honest people. You know, it's like it just keeps, it's another little bit effort that'll keep out most honest people. So now here you have the data. I don't want to open the prototype, but you can see data, object is message, URL is this thing. What are we waiting for? Let's make this image pretty. So now I'm going to do forbidden technique. I'm going to make a global. And this is going to be for my image. So I don't feel it's too forbidden. And since it's a global like this, I'm going to name it all caps just to feel like I'm doing stuff right. So we have an image. We want to set its source to data.url. We're getting no autocomplete, but that's okay. It's not okay, it was working. We needed to wait for the image. So ta-da, we're done. Now we got only one API in here. I should remove that placeholder. So let's go back to index.html, remove this placeholder, because we don't want to see that old duck. We only want to see, oh, look at the baby duck. And I have to refresh the page to see them. Whoa, that's the most colorful duck I've seen. Oh, this is a big picture. 3 for the price of 1. Okay, this ain't a duck watching stream, as much as it would be nice to do. So we have this working. Now this is doing on page load, because we just put it down here at the bottom. JavaScript's read top to bottom. It finds this, it runs it, it does all this stuff. We want this to be on the button click. So before we commit, we'll make this on the button click, then we will commit. So we have our button here. We only have one button, so we're going to do, again, another cardinal sin, fetch button, another global constant. And this will be document a query selector button. Now we want to add some behavior. We want this to happen when the button is clicked. So fetch button, add event listener. VS Code is smart, it knows the button. We want this to be on click. And then what do we want to do on click? Well, we need to give this, as it's telling us, a listener, which is a function that receives and has this set to the button. The event is a mouse event. Don't really care about any of that though. We just want to run our code. Now we can put an arrow function in here that calls fetch random duck. Let's get rid of this one because we don't want it on page load. There we go. We're in the black void of space. We have no ducks. We have a duck, all is well. So there we go, we have it working, and this is where we will synchronize. Whoa, okay, we're getting GIFs and GIFs in this one. This is a good one. I did not verify like where these sources get their images or anything. They just found an API, added it. So that's a good place to commit this and take a break. So we're gonna add this to the repository. Or maybe I should show you the normal way to do it. Get status. It's just VS Code, the button's right there. Git add index, git status, git commit. What did we do? So this is why I like VS Code. You can click on it and like shows you your changes. It's a pretty cool feature. So we added all the JavaScript and the HTML. We removed that little source thing. So we can just say we have, what our message is going to be, add, what did we call this one? Random doc. It's a great name for it. It is done. Git push. It is on GitHub if you want to clone or pull to see the code yourself. And with that, we should be taking our first break. So make sure to take a good break, refresh, stretch, hydrate, relax, all that fun stuff. And when we get back, we will add our second API. And then after that, we will start implementing the object-orientedness of it. Because it's hard to implement object-oriented or implement any kind of structure until you know why and when you need it. And when there's only one, it's kind of hard to see what you need. So I will see y'all in a few minutes. Be sure to take a break, stretch, hydrate, relax, all that fun stuff. Welcome back, folks. That concludes the end of our first break. So, the plan. And the links are back in chat if y'all need to see them again. So the plan is to basically add another API. So let's look at our glorious to-do list. Best to-do list you've ever seen. And we can mark off random duck. So, green check, happy day. Let's see. Let's see, there are lots of ones we can do. The axolotl API looks cool. Axolotls are cute, so the axolotl one is the next one we will do. So let's see what we got. We have nice website. Boom. You can see the API. Let's go there. And this appears to be it. Okay, this is our URL. It returns lots of stuff, specifically a URL attribute with the actual URL of the image. So let's now use this in our JavaScript, of course. Now, what we're going to do is, until we have two of them, we're just going to choose which URL we're kind of going to use. Wow, I just lucked out, didn't I? So we're going to say const URLs equals, and I'm saying I lucked out because the structure of both responses is identical. So we get to, oh, not that button. We get to go like 5 more minutes without actually making this thing object-oriented. So we are putting both of our URLs in this global object. Now we're just going to pick one. So const URL equals URLs math.floor math. Nope, we need to floor the math.random times the URLs.length. And if you don't recognize this is essentially, this belongs in my Anki at least, it's a pattern for getting a random element from an array. So we are indexing it by a random number between 0 and URL's length, floored, because math.random returns a decimal between 0 and 1. We multiply it by this, so if we multiply it by 5, it can be between 0 and 6, because well, 0 and 5 point stuff. So it maths out. Then when we floor it, we make sure we don't go over, and we also make sure we get an integer because we cannot index by 1.5, for example. So this gets a random URL, and then we click it in there, and we see how lucky we got. That's a duck. That's a duck. That's an error. Okay, we have, man, my luck is great. I picked another CORS API. Okay, so we're gonna do this one more time by using our CORS proxy. Maybe I had more CORS blocked one than I thought. Okay, that is angry duck. More ducks. More ducks. More ducks. So the great thing about randomization is that when you have such a small sample size, it's hard to tell if it's working. Axolotl! Wow, that is a very tiny axolotl, but okay. It proves the random works. It's that XKCD comic. How do we know if it's random, if it's truly random? Well, it always returns 4, so you can't really tell if you're just unlucky or truly random. So it's working. We can modify this a little bit. So this name is no longer accurate. Fetch random image. So we'll update that. Now let's go ahead and update our changes. Add axo. Watch me. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna copy it. Axolotl API or Axolotl E API. Yeah, nay. Oh, let's see what random we get this time. Hey, there's our axe. Wow, we get 2 for the price of 1. Weird little creatures. Okay, so this is technically working. And we can go further. But let's actually go further, because my example just lucked out picking the one that happened to be exact same format, so we check that one off. Let's find another API. Okay, this is a good one. So, Zoo Animal API. Now, I couldn't find the GitHub or anything for this, so this is like the only information I found on this site. But it's a pretty good one. You can read the documentation, endpoints, seeing a pattern here, right? They always like say, these are my endpoints. So common pattern I see, I look for endpoints, or I look for a bunch of forward slashes. They generally follow this pattern. So we have two endpoints. We can get a number of random zoo animals. That's not really our purpose. We just want one. We don't want all these ones. Yeah, for sure. It's it's like, wow, how interesting. But yeah, they're super cute. Oh wow, look at that one. Hey, they can come in any color, can't they? Yeah, so we're going to use this API with this endpoint. Now, unfortunately, we're not really getting any full example URL, so we're going to have to guess. So we're at this website. It says this is our endpoint. We're just going to put it at the end of this URL and hope this is what they meant. We lucked out. This is what they meant. So it would have been nice to have a base URL, which some of them don't, which some of them do. When they don't, just assume your current location is the base URL. It's a safe bet. So now let's use this API. Well, let's actually go back to it. So this is what our response is. Zoom. We have lots of stuff. Unfortunately, since this API is so generic, we're not going to use half of this. We're only going to be using the image link. Sorry, my brain was like, what are we doing again? then I caught up. So yeah, we're using the image link, and that's all we care. Looks like it's Wikipedia. Let's look at this one. Wow, look at that bird. Okay, that's pretty great. Now, what we want to do is essentially call this, but remember, things are changing. We can't do data.url anymore. I mean, let's literally do it and see what happens. I should start like a prediction poll. Is this cores blocked? Let's see. Boom, undefined. So let's actually step through this. So I haven't been using it this far, but I'm going to start up my Chrome debugger on this website because it gives me cool built-in debugging experience. You don't have to, you can do it actually in Chrome, but I like it. So yeah, Firefox, you've been good to me. Goodbye. Now we go Chrome. Okay, so let's open the DevTools. Wow, bright theme, I know. Let's click fetch and boom. Part of DevTools, we are now in here. I turn off word wrap because we can't see it. Now let's see, what URL did we pick? We picked, stop embarrassing me, VS Code. VS Code, what are you doing? No, tell me what URL I picked. Apparently it's out of scope. Sure. Maybe that's a VS Code thing. Let's see what data we got. We have API repo pics. So we got the axolotl API. We lucked out. Let's do it again. So random duck. Let's do it again. We're going to have to rely on randomization. Axolotl. Do it again. Okay, this looks like... here's our new one. So let's see. It's going to access data.url. So we can run this manually to see this is undefined. So some APIs, like they all can't use data.url. So some of them will need to use something different. So I'm just gonna step back a moment and list the similarities. They all have URLs. They all need to fetch the URLs. They all have IDs, axolotl API, random duck, all these things we can make. But what's different is that the URLs are different. How you access the data at the URL is different. So you see these similarities and you see these differences. This, now that we actually have some examples, is going to be starting our object-orientedness. So I'm going to do it a way. There are probably better ways to do it. There could be worse ways to do it. This is the way I like doing it because it makes sense the best to me in my head. So I'm going to be using the new class syntax because it's just so pretty. If you're unfamiliar with it, or if you're only familiar with the prototype syntax, it's basically the prototype syntax under the hood, just less typing. So we're going to call this animal source. And we're going to give it a constructor that has nothing in it. then we're gonna give this a method called fetch random image. And we're not gonna put anything in here except a throw new error not yet implemented. Promise I can spell, don't worry. So this is what's going to be called our base class. It by itself does nothing. If we create a new animal source and try to do anything with it, it's not going to give us any of our wanted behavior. But we will be extending this. So it's kind of like the prototypal inheritance. Our other classes, one for each of these sources, will inherit from it. But there are some things it needs to inherit. So it takes an ID and it saves it to itself. So this.id equals ID. So you can see VS Code's pretty good on it. This ID is here. Then I said the word this, that's confusing. The ID and the parameter is on the right side, the equals sign, but this.id is one attributed to this instance of the object. So that's the behavior. Now let's make another one. But we're not going to call this animal source. We're going to call this random duck. Random duck. Now we're going to extend the animal source. Now what this does is basically it now inherits from animal source. So we haven't really, I don't believe we've gotten too far into extending and subclassing yet. But this is at least the way I didn't mean to delete that. I like doing it because shared behavior, but things different. So now we have a constructor. We can customize this constructor how we want. And then to call our parent constructor, or what we're extending, we use super. So you see I type it, I open with parentheses, and VS Code's smart. VS Code figured it out that we are calling the animal source constructor, and it needs a parameter of ID. So since these parameters are kind of hard-coded to this one, I'm going to give these IDs like based on their URL. Or you can call them anything, but I think like for the purposes of this application, they just need to be unique. So random-duck. There are no other random duck APIs. This is good enough. Now this is where we start implementing our fetch logic. I'm going to copy our perfectly good fetch code down here and put it right here. Now, we're going to go ahead and return from this because that makes it pretty. And Control-Shift-I, VS Code auto formats, loving it. Now we are going to go ahead and just hard code our URL in here. We can put it as another property if we wanted, but I don't see a reason to do that. So we are fetching the API, making the response, setting the image source to the data URL. Now once we have that data URL, we are going to be like, this is it. This is all fetch random image does for the random duck. Let's make the other ones. So now this one isn't random duck. This one is zoo. Well, let's actually make axolotl API. So that's your ID. And this is your name, API, A. And now you might be seeing why I had us not make it first, because there's a fair amount of like making before we get to play with them. And we know this API behaves the same. So all we had to change was the URL, the class name, and the ID we're passing. Then for the last one, the one that's being weird and different, the zoo animal API. Now the zoo animal API, as we already figured out, after I fix the quotes, it's not data.url. It is in a browser that I closed. Yeah, let's reopen Chrome. Actually, I do need a Firefox because DevTools will do stuff. I visit other pages. There you go. There we go. Let's manually visit this. There we go, we can see it. Image_link. So that is the property we need to access. Image_link. Now we have done it. Now all we need to do is use it. Sorry, brain slowed down. Yeah, so one thing that JavaScript doesn't do is give us the inherent ability to like list all the subclasses of a base class. It's like in Python, we can do animal source dot double underscore subclasses double underscore and get all the subclasses. Unfortunately, we don't get that. So my approach is to declare a giant sources array containing all the classes I want to use. Let's fold these up. Random duck, axolotl API, and of course I named this one wrong. It seems to be zoo animal API. Zoo animal API. And now we have all three of them here. We need to do something similar to what we did with the URLs. So instead of picking a random URL, we pick a random source. So we only have to change variable names. Now what we need to do is instead of doing this, we will return new source. And then this creates a thing. And then we will call fetch random image on that new source. So again, not the best object-oriented approach, but it should work as soon as I get back here. Oh, this is on the wrong thing. Super organized, as you can tell. There's the URL we want to use. That's where it wants to be. Now if we look at our console, we click fetch. And there it is, axolotls working as they should. Another axolotl. That's a good duck. And a pig. Yeah, that is from the Zoo Animal API. So we have made it object-oriented. So we have created this base class, which has an ID and a method called fetchRandomImage. Then we've created these three subclasses. They do something with the ID that we're not using yet. More importantly, they override the base class's fetchRandomImage to do something unique. In this case, use the URL. In this case, use this URL. And in Zoo Animal API's case, use their URL and access a different data attribute. So this is just a taste of the power of object-oriented, because we're going to see if some of these APIs, it's not going to be just a change and just a URL change. So with this, I will synchronize it for us. So fold all this, save. Yeah, that seems good. Seems good. Okay, yeah, seems good. Now let's add this. And then what did we do? We added Zoo Animal API. And then we will get push. Of course, not in the debug console. Loving it. Okay, now we're going straight on to the next one. The next API. To the list. Zoo Animal API. Done. Let's check out Random Cat API. Okay, maybe. I don't know how this one works. I forgot, maybe. Whoa. Okay, Firefox. We don't care. We just want to see the cats. There it is. Okay, I had the wrong API. Please call the API in the AWS subdomain. The API. So this is one great thing about APIs. Sometimes they break. And it appears this person got a lot of traffic or something. Wow. Service unavailable. Backend server is at capacity. Is that what 503 means? And I never run into that code. Huh. So this API is so popular, it doesn't actually work right now. 5 million requests a month. Okay, that's great. So I guess we're canceling that on our list. Let's go to Dog CEO. This is one that we should be very familiar with because we've already seen it in class. So to the Dog API. This is our URL. They give us a nice fetch button, give us live data. You could not get a better API than this. We have the URL, we have the example data, We have the example parameters. There aren't none, so we technically have them. And we have an example usage. What more could we want from an API at that point? So let's dog CEO. We will make another class. Dog CEO. Dog CEO. We'll use our URL accordingly. I'm quite confident this one does not need cores, so we just yoink that in there. And let's look at the response. It is .message, so again, this is the third API that has a different structure. And we didn't have to write a complicated switch case with tons of repeated code and all this other stuff. All we had to do is copy this a little bit, change this to data.message. Now with this one, now we do have to do this manual bit of adding it to our sources list because JavaScript / I can't think of a better way, suggestions in chat. And then this, we don't have to change anything else. This will just work once I go to the website. Now we're getting into territory of 1 in 4 chance. I don't know. And maybe we'll do one more API after this. Oh, that's a good one. Maybe we'll do one more API after this and then get these forms working. That's not a dog. Wow, that's it. Oh, we get 2 for the price of 1. Look at that one. There we go. Okay, the dog API. We have a dog. Very cute dog. Happy boy. Good boy. Okay, so that is good. Let's close that one. And dog API, you served as well. On to the next one. Let's mark you off the list. Update GitHub. Synchronize it accordingly. Here we go. We have changed these lines. We've added them. We've updated that array. All done. Add dog CEO. As you can see, my commit messages are very consistent. Git push. Loving it. And let's do one more before we get all these forms working. Yeah, this will be our 5th one. It's a good number. Now let's think. Now I'm trying to think of which one to add, because I do know this one. Let's go bunnies.io. So we're going to be, so this one may not be official. So we see we're at bunnies.io. This one's got pretty GIFs or GIFs and stuff. Now let's look around before I jump into it. Carrot made this bunnies served link thing. This button refreshes. Where is the API documentation? There is none. Spoiler alert. There is no API documentation. There's the source thing, but that takes you like to the actual picture. So this is a website that does not have, I don't think, we will lock if it doesn't. So I am not a lawyer. Maybe don't do this, but it's for bunnies, and I couldn't find any other bunny APIs. So this is what I had to do. And I mean, this does seem the intended purpose. So when we click it, opening the network tab, we see a lot of stuff happening. We see some PNGs, we see some MP4s. So this is a video apparently. Right click show controls. This is a video. And we see an API endpoint right here. If we look at it, it's got some stuff. We can tell it's because it has API dot and it has a type of JSON. It's pretty instant giveaway that's an API endpoint. We look around, we see a bunch of empty stuff, and then we look at response. We got some data, and we have a media object, an MP4, an AV1, and a poster. Now, since we're not supporting videos just yet, we want the poster. So we just want to right-click, copy this URL, and, well, I haven't copied the class, so we'll just put this there. We'll copy this class above us, bunnies.io, and we'll name this bunnies.io, and we'll take that URL we just found, we'll drop it right here. Now looking back at our response, and we can view this response more traditionally if we like, by just visiting the site, putting in the URL bar. Media, MP4, AV1, poster, so we need to access .media, .poster. .media, .poster. And then we need to, of course, add it Thank you, VS Code, for the scrolling, but didn't need that. To this, in the interest of seeing this 1 in 5 chance, we're going to get rid of the rest of them. So we only see bunnies now. Boom, there it is. Cute bunnies. Now, this is a poster to a video, but we're not doing videos just yet. Another cute bunny. Look at that one. So you can see it's working. Now it's working because they don't have any course protection on. Maybe they did this on purpose. Maybe they forgot to enable it. Maybe, like, there are tons of different reasons. If we look specifically at the network tab though, so we click it again, and then we look at our API endpoint, we look at headers, we can see this was no mistake actually. The response headers, so this is when we made a request, we sent some headers, we sent this stuff, like ourself, and then it responded with, don't worry, my IP secure, you ain't getting nothing. It responded with all these headers. Okay, I lied. These are our request headers. This is what we sent. We sent all this stuff. We sent all this stuff down here. Chrome makes it look a little different. I don't use it that often. But it responded with all these headers. And there's a lot of stuff here. There's an endpoint for caching. There's some weird caching. Tells us it's JSON. There's like some encoding. All kinds of cool stuff. But the important thing that we usually see in errors is access control allow origin. So we can see they allow get methods from asterisk. Now remember asterisk means wildcard. So they allow get methods from everywhere. So we can be confident that they didn't just accidentally do this. They did this on purpose. Because this don't show up unless you explicitly put it there. When, like, whenever you write your server, that has to be added. So that is why this one works without a CORS error. And I think, yeah, so that is bunnies IO added. Let's repopulate the list and add this accordingly. Add bunnies IO. Loving it. At this point, we can add another API. We could. There's like more to add. I mean, add bunnies. But we are like about halfway through my list. So, and there are some other features that we would preferably like. So what if I only want to see from one source or from one like different kind of animal? So we have these selects up here. Let me fold this. They're not in JavaScript. They're over here. Our sources and our species. Now we haven't done anything with species yet. So we're not going to do anything with it yet. We're going to do stuff with sources. So we have sources. We have 5 sources. So what I'm going to do is a little bit of JavaScript to dynamically add these sources to our source select. So another global. Everyone calm down. So source select equals ID sources. And let me think of thoughts. Yeah, so this is our select. We want to render all these elements essentially into them. We only want to do this one, so we'll just put it at the very bottom here. So we want to generate all the options from all these 4. And so what it's going to look like at the end of the day is this. Option. And it's going to be like dog CEO. EO. Option. And it's going to have a value of dog CEO. Now, if you look at dog CEO, watch me typo this. Maybe this is not a good place to put my example. Let's move it up here. So this is the HTML we're going to generate for this dog CEO. We can already see one thing that matches, and that is the value. So if you're wondering what the ID was going to be used for, this is one of the uses for it. Our options are going to have values that are matching the source. Now this name we don't have anywhere. Sorry. Now this name we don't have anywhere. What we need to do is we need to get it from somewhere. We could use the class name, or we can add another attribute to our elements. So let's not do that just yet. Let's generate the HTML and then we'll start adding that. So we're going to say options equals, no, we're going to just do a for loop for const source of sources. And I'm doing this new behavior here, const instance equals new source. We will rewrite this a little bit later, so we don't have to call new source every single time we want to access this. Because while this is object oriented, it is kind of a singleton pattern. Now what that means is that there is only ever going to be one instance of bunny's IO and one instance of all these objects. So this is why I said this might not be the best object-oriented approach, but it's the one I'm using. Because like you could do like have a whole bunch of static properties and make all these static, but we haven't learned all that. I'm just gonna go this way. It's a little simpler to understand. So we gotta create a new instance of it, and now on our instance, we have access to the method and the ID. So let's create the option. Option equals document. There we go. I had to get there in a moment. Option. Then we need to give this option a value. That value equals instance ID. We also need to give it some inner text. We don't have a good inner text, so we're just going to use instance ID again. And we're not setting it to value, we're setting it to text content. And now we have this option. We need to add it to our select. So we have it up here defined as source select, then append child option. So that should do the trick. We save this, since it's at the bottom and not in a function, it instantly runs. And if we look here, there we are. We have populated our select with all these random IDs. Now when I click one, I've selected it, and I click fetch. I don't know. I don't think that's a dog there, folks. That is not a dog from Dog CEO. So we need to do some filtering to essentially, whenever we have selected one of these, only get the source, only use the source that is selected. So we'll do this over here. Right now it's picking randomly, but we want to pick based on the value of selected, the value of source select. So const selected ID equals source select dot value. So now this is the value, literally what we said here, instance ID of whatever is selected. And it's also, if you remember, I'm not looking at the HTML, I need to look. One of these tabs, here it is. So it's also, well, I forgot to do this, empty value. So here's a fun fact about an option tag. If you don't give it any text content, if you don't give it a value, the value defaults to the text content. So the value of this option is the word all, capital A, 2 lowercase l's. But we want the value to actually be an empty string. We want it to be an empty string because we want it to be falsy. We want it to basically be nothing. So now when we get selected ID, we can do some logic. So first we're going to say const how do we want to do this? Let's source. We're going to say if selected ID, then we need to find the source with that ID. So it's going to be sources dot map. It's going to be source new source dot ID triple equals selected ID. We're going to set this to source. So source equals the source that has an ID that was selected. Otherwise, so on our else, we're going to keep doing our random. Now this, it's a little janky. Maybe I'll add some curly braces to make it readable. Yeah, look at these readable curly braces. Very much readable. So now that this is working, well, this is written, we don't know if it's working yet. I spoke too soon. Let's see if it works. So click all, we get bird, we get dog, we get bird. Let's say we just want bunnies though. We get error. Okay, error, how are we doing? Source is not constructor. Okay, line 98. Because... Okay, this is interesting. So what I've done is I called new... Actually, let's figure it out. What did I do? Console log source. What have I done? So let's click on the bunnies again. Source is an array of 5. Okay. Okay, let's console log selected ID while we're at it. Selected ID bunny, source is array of 5. So I'm doing a map. This is the wrong method. I need to be doing a find, because map just transformed them into basically a bunch of booleans, which one of them was false. We need to use a find to pull out the one item of this array that this evaluates to true for. So, just did the wrong thing, and now we see bunnies. Oh, this one's on a photo shoot. That's a feet bunny. Wow, there's the whole bunch. Look at all these bunnies. And now we're only getting the bunnies that we chose. Now if we go back to random ducks. Don't embarrass me. Okay, it's a GIF. That's why it was so long. Okay, we're getting 2-for-1 special. If we go back to all, it's randomized to wow. Okay, that's staring into my soul. Let's move. Please go. Okay. That one's a little better. Good boy. Okay, so as you can see, the sources is working. And we can fancy this up a little bit if we want, make this all magically one-liner. But I'm not going to commit that code just yet. I'm going to commit this code, which is make add source selection functionality. Of course, that's not how you spell it. Help me Google. It is how you spell it. Okay, first try. And looking at the code we've changed, we have added our new source select at the top. Big, scary, global. We've added this logic that grabs the correct source based on if one's selected or if one's not selected. Then we've added this logic that goes through all the sources and creates an option element for each of them, appending that option element to our source selection. That's pretty good. And with that, I believe, let me get push. It will be a break after I do some Code Wars fun. I embrace the Code Wars and I say const source equals Turner operator. It's Turner operator time. So if there's a selected ID, then the value is going to be this. If there's not a selected ID, it's going to be this. Had to do it, folks. It was just right there. Now we will make this a little more readable when we're not savages. And there we go. That's not too unreadable. The format's still the same. You have one line, you're conditional. The next following line was if it was true. The last one was it was false. So it's not too unreadable. It's just I don't know, it's just better, you know. Now I could be really mean and see how we're only using source once. I could be like, yeah, we're not putting this in a variable no more. We're doing this. But I do have some sanity still left in me. So I will not be doing this as one-liney as it is. So I will be doing the same thing, using a single ternary, not calling new on the evaluation of a ternary. So let's see, what's this? What are we calling this commit? We are calling this one line make source selection one-liner. And we will get push. And finally, I mean not finally, but it is break time. So we will take a break, and when we get back, we will be adding more APIs. Probably I don't know, we had the cat one, so let's just get them in order. We'll have the fish one. We'll have the elephant one. As you can see, I'm saving a certain few of them at the bottom because they get some interesting logic there. Yeah, I'll probably be doing them in this order now that I'm thinking about it. Yes, and we're having multiple cat and dog ones because I gotta get that number up. So yeah, we'll be adding all these APIs probably in this-ish order. And then we'll swap this one and this one. There we go. And that will be happening when we come back from the break. Good picture to end the break on. Well, the break is coming to its end. Welcome back, everyone. Hope y'all took a stretch, hydrated, relaxed, focused your eyes somewhere else. Because we will be adding yet another, and probably almost most of our remaining APIs. Then we'll be probably go for another break and then get our species working and all the cool extra features on fleek. So let us, and so I gotta tab around. Just realize this timer's up here doing nothing because we're not Pomodoring exactly, we're feature dooring. So let's go for the next API, the cat AAS, which is, if you haven't heard of this one, is cats as a service. Nice little pun on good old technology. Of course, it's not loading right now because it wants to embarrass me. Here it is. Okay, so looking at this API, we have some API here. So I'm going to scroll down here. Whoa, look at all these cool endpoints. They have buttons, which makes it a lot easier for us to use. And all this other stuff. Wow, lots of stuff. Let me recopy this. For anyone that's rejoined, wants to see the code or the live site. There they are. Okay, so we have, we'll return a random cat. This is what we want. Let's click the button. API is obviously a little busy. Let me check my network, make sure it ain't me. No, my network seems fine. Maybe we'll come back to this one at a later date. So it just looks like that URL. So open a new tab. Yeah, this is the experience of working with APIs. Sometimes they don't really work. So we're done with that one. We will cancel it and we'll go back to, let's go to Random Fox. Next. There we go, Random Fox. API is available. Thank you. We click, we get information. There it is. So this is our URL. Save this. Let's jump into the code. Paste it down there. Copy our previous class. Update the URL. Cross our fingers, we are CORS safe. Rename the class. Random Fox. Give it a unique ID. Random Fox. Watch me spell things correctly, folks. And let's look at the response. So we have our data. Once we zoom in, we can read it. It is data.image. Okay, data.image. Loving it. Now we have to add it to our sources list because JavaScript / I don't know a better way. And if we look here, thanks to our sources that we implemented just before, it's already added here. So if we click this and we click fetch, yay, wow, that is a very photogenic fox. And look at all these random foxes. Very good. Oh, that's a happy one. If we go back to all, we might get statistically lucky and get a fox. Wow, that's a big bird. That's the same kind of birdish. So you see some of these take a little bit longer because internet. Bald eagle, hey. Okay, so that random fox, it's done. Boom, another commit to the thing. Add random fox. Save it, get push. We done. Now if we go back to our to-do list, check it as done. We're gonna do fishwatch.gov. Okay, great. I'm literally on the API site. I guess I searched it up pretty good, but if you weren't here, you'd have to search it manually. But here we are. We have API endpoints. So request if no parameters. It gives us a whole big list apparently. Okay, that's a lot of JSON. Wow. Okay, so they're apparently 114. That's a lot. And we can ask for a specific fish. But that appears to be all we can get. So this is the first one. That's not going to be easy for us because all the other ones have provided us random endpoints. But this API it's not purposed for that, so it's not giving us that. It's more of an information lookup thing, like you create an app that you can identify fish with or something like that. So they just give you all the species and a single species you ask for. So we need to implement the randomization ourselves. So this is another great reason why this OOP logic exists. Because if we look here, well, after I update my things, fish watch, this ID is fish watch. Now we can't just say, so let's actually get the URL because we will be fetching it. And then the response, can't just say image.source equals data image. So we have to figure out, we have to randomly choose one, then we have to figure out where the image is. So let's say we randomly choose 0. Let's zoom this in a bit. Wow, this is a lot of data, huh? Where do be the images? So I see photo right here. Photo source, middle click. That's a pretty picture. Is there anything else? No, not seeing anything. Ooh, image gallery. Wow, multiple pictures, huh? Let's look at this. Aw, poor fish. Oof, poor fish. Hello there, Buffer X01. How are you doing today? I'm over here making a random animal API front-end thing using 14 plus APIs to practice some OOP. Yeah, well, I don't think we want to use, it's like these are cool pictures. Some of them are cool pictures, but I think we'll just pick the one species illustration photo for now. Seems the most reliable one. It's not in its natural habitat, but I don't know. People are here to see cute pictures, not unalived animals. So when we look at data, we can't just pick, say like, okay, image source equals this one. We need to pick randomly one. Hey, Jetsuko. Yeah, maybe. I mean, be picking a random fish and then picking a random one of these. Oh, and then this turned to a random food API now all of a sudden. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I'll go ahead and make it do both. So it'll randomly pick an animal, then it'll randomly pick an image from that animal. So this is an array. We can tell because it's got the zeros and all this on it. I guess we can't really tell. Okay, we can tell when we close it using this extension that this is an array. So when we get, so we have this giant array. First, we got to pick our fish. So let's just say const fish. We're going to go copy our randomization code from earlier. Yoink. Yoink. So this picks a random number between 0 and the length of something. That something being data. And we want to pick from the data array. So data indexing with this random number. We now have fish. 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 I'll just mistype it 5 times. I'm practicing my typing here. Fish watch. There we go. Oh, hey! Thanks for the follow, Buffer X01. Or no, Buffer 0x1, binary 1. Yeah, I know. Where's that hexadecimal one? I don't know. What is 0x1? Hexadecimal. I think it's hexadecimal. Oh, it could be a relevant reference to the song, I suppose. But yeah, it's hexadecimal. Okay, so we pick random fish. Then we zoom out because we want to read this text. And yeah, this is the wrong browser. Okay, so let's look here. We saved Fishwatch and we open the console. No, we don't. We don't open the console. We close the console and we use our tools. I set all these tools up. We should use them. So we're going to pick Fishwatch and we're going to click Fetch. And we're not going to see a picture because we haven't got it working yet. But what we will see, do we see an error? Ah, we have an error. It's cores time. Yeah, no, the cores error. Okay, I didn't realize this was cores blocked, but Chorus proxy to the rescue. Where is it? Here? Nope. Where is it? Here it is. Chorus proxy. Da 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 da. There we go. Now we choose fish watch again. Yay, we have the data. Now we're going to look at VS Code because I want to. So let's look at the debug console. Open this up, and wow. That's a big object, ain't it, folks? Okay, so let's look for our image gallery. There it is. One of 5 images. We'll pick one of these. Then we will also try to pick species illustration photo. So we will create a new array containing all those photos and this photo. Let's look, this uses this src property, and this uses the src property. Okay, it matches perfectly. So we have our fish, our const images. Looking at the property, let's read it. Image gallery. Now this is like capital I, capital G. We can't do fish.image gallery, unfortunately. We need to use a different notation. We need to use bracket notation and put this in a string. So this grabs all the existing images. We want more images. We'll just do it like this. We'll do images.push. We'll add a new image. That new image is the one that's all alone. Species illustration photo. So again, it's on the fish object, and we need to use bracket notation to access it. We now have all our images. We can check this out by console logging our images. So we save this, clear this, go bigger, click fish watch, click fetch. There we go. Look at all our images. Now we need to randomly pick one of these. Now, this is like the 3rd time we've randomly picked something from an array. So here we go again. Copy. So we're going to say const image equals images, and we're using this on images.length. And then we will return, it's because we're so confident, we're going to return, what is the property name? .src. So we're going to return image.src, just like that. And this should just work. So let's click fish watch, click fetch. Internet's a little slow. Oh no, okay, so this is, my memory has failed me. Let's go look at another example. Let's look at the random fox. We don't return the image. We set image source to the URL. So yeah, we're doing the wrong thing. Image source equals image.src equals image.src. Very great naming scheme, I'm aware. Now let's go again, fish watch. There we go. We have the scientific picture. See if we get, statistically, we should get a non-scientific one more often. There we go. This is a fish. What in tarnation? Oh, I didn't have the network tab open. That's something, alright. Aww. Okay, yep, so fish, it's working. It's getting us APIs. I guess those are fish, technically. Yeah, very unconfusing. Well, yeah, because I guess it's, so this is like from a government site, so maybe, I don't know, it's like not really meant for, like maybe it wasn't always JSON or something like that. Maybe it was XML at one point, but like you can see, it's very much for information, not random images. So that's another thing about the APIs. They're not always, like, you might not be the target audience, which means you might have to do more work to get what you want out of them. You can see this is very much, you can see raw HTML. This is used for rendering a site or like providing information, all kinds of like quote background color. This is very much used for the rendering of some front-end site somewhere in the world. I can almost guarantee it. But yeah, it's nice that they made it available to us. Well, They didn't make it available to us. They made it available to themselves and we coursed into it, but they made it available in some way. So we can use it. And that, I believe, is our logic. And we can, and we will actually, we will commit this here. I'll push it and sync it and all that. But we're not done with the fish just yet. We got more fishy business to do. So we're going to add this, we're going to commit this, and we're going to push this in the terminal, of course. So that's where you run git commands. There we go. It is now synced. Now, and here are the URLs accordingly, if y'all want to clone it, see it, all that fun stuff. Now let's look at our data one more time. I know we've already looked at it a bunch. Let's look at it again. We're looking at the wrong one. So the fetch gives us all the fish. Then we just randomly pick one from it. We're making a fetch each time, but that fetch is returning the exact same data. We could optimize this by storing this in, we could store this somewhere, and then on subsequent fetches, or on subsequent clicks, instead of making a whole new network request, we just look at the ones we've saved before, and we pick one randomly and do all the logic we did before. The only disadvantage of this is that, I suppose, if you keep this site open for like years, and they add a new fish, like number 115, you won't see the new fish, but that's not a realistic concern. So we won't care about that person who keeps the site open for 10 years or months or whatever that is. So how are we going to do that? Well, since we've wrote it in an object-oriented way, we can do whatever we want here. So I'm going to make another this variable, or a property. So it's going to be this.fish is. It's going to be an empty array because there aren't any fishes initially. What we're going to do is we're going to say if not this.fishes.length, which is essentially saying if this array is empty. Then we're going to do some logic here. Now I'm going to do something that we haven't all learned just yet. Try to think of the best way to do this. I'm going to do some promises, which we have learned, but I'm going to use some await logic. So I'm going to say this.fishes equals await all this stuff. So everyone hold on, don't run away just yet. I will explain how this is working after I write it. So let's take this code out, take this code out, take that code out. Now down here, we're going to say fish equals this.fishes. The reason I'm waiting to explain this is because if I explain it and it don't work, it's going to be really awkward. So I'm going to make sure this works before I attempt my explanation. So let's see if this works. So we go to fishes, we open up the network tab because we want to see what the network do. It try really hard. Cannot read properties are undefined regarding length. Okay, so this is why. So I'm not in TypeScript, I'm writing JavaScript. So when I type something wrong, like this.fish, JavaScript's just like, sure, you can do that. When in actuality, it's fishes. So if I do it again, and I do it again. Okay, the network request is being made. There we go. Okay, lots of stuff happening. So we can see I clicked it twice and it made 2. But if I click it again, this is why I didn't want to explain it yet, because I don't know. Yes. So this is something that we need to do to basically. So right now these classes are representing a template for objects, and every time we create one, it has a new properties emptied out. But we don't want to create new instances of this. These are, like I mentioned before, we want these to be singletons. Basically, there will only ever be one instance of this class. Now, the experts out there will say, okay, so you'll make all of these properties static. No, because we haven't learned about static yet, and static can be it's a little more to learn. So, and it's honestly offers like it's more readable, but I can bypass it real easily by taking our sources. So all this goes on pause. We need to make some other architecture changes to make this work. So we have our sources. These are arrays. This is an array of classes. We want to turn this into an array of instances of classes. So we want to map over this, and we want to say source, and we want to call new source. Maybe we'll use a capital S to feel better about ourselves. We're not doing bad things. It's capitalized. There we go. So now sources is, if we look at it, it's an array of random ducks. That's okay. VS Code, it tries. It's obviously not figuring it out. I mean, I could see if I can figure out how to tell it. Type, and this is random. No, not random. Animal source. Can you figure that out? No, it's an array of animal sources. Okay, I think that's happy. I don't know. Don't need to worry about it. But yeah, we're basically converting this from just an array of classes to an array of instance of classes, aka objects. Now, what this allows us to do is that there will only ever be one fish watch, and it will remember this dot fishes because it will be the same instance every time. Now, this won't work yet because we have to update the old code. So now we can't call new on this anymore. We just call source dot fetch random image, and you can see VS Code is detecting it all correctly. Another one, we don't call that anymore. You can just call source.ID. So as you can see, a little bit of an architecture shift. We're no longer creating new instances of it. We're using the existing singleton instances that we create right here. Now this will work. So we go to fish wash, we click fetch, and it doesn't work. So we look at line 125. Here it is. So we didn't do all the code. So we need to check if the source instance ID, not a new one, equals the selected one. So we thought we got it all. We didn't. Okay, so I clicked on it. We made a single request to the API. We click again. Look at this. Look at the initial request. Here it is. Here they are. I'm pushing the button additional times. I'm not getting no new network requests. I'm getting images, but I made a single network request and I'm caching the results. Now I'm just randomly choosing from those results. Much more efficient, not only in speed, as you can tell, because watch, click, like less than a second later, versus, okay, I just click on all. That's a bad example. If I click on fish watch, there we go. Oh, look at those. That was a good break. Good cute break. If I click on fish watch, click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 6 seconds to wait for that one. And now that we already have the data, we don't need to wait again. I think it's being that long. 1, because of my internet, I'm streaming. 2, maybe I'm making this CORS proxy a little unhappy with all my requests, but it's hard to tell why it's slowing down like that. Now allow me to explain what incarnation I did. So let's turn word wrap off because it's making things illegible. So what we did here is first we marked this as an asynchronous function. Now what an asynchronous function means is it means one thing. It means that this always returns a promise. That's one thing. The other thing is that you can use the await keyword in here. Now, what the await keyword does is it basically makes your promises synchronous for you. What's kind of like, it's in the name, kinda. So whenever you call a fetch, usually you have to say .then on it to get its results. And we do. We say .then response.json. But usually you have to say .then on this to get the actual JSON data. But instead, we use the await syntax to say, once this promise is done, I want you to return it as if you were a synchronous function. And then once it returns it, you can do with that whatever you would want. In this case, I assign it to this.fishes. So that's a brief, tiny, very basic explanation of how the await keyword syntax interacts with your promises. Basically, it takes whatever the value is and puts it and returns it directly from whatever you call wait on. Of course, there is also the additional error handling that instead of calling .catch on something, you have to use try catch to handle the error. But I'm not doing any error handling here. I assume you're connected to the internet when this happens. So now this is working, and if we save this, we've already seen it working. So we'll add this as a commit. Improve fish watch efficiency. Of course, I'm not spelling that right. So let's ask Google. Thank you, Google. Improve fish watch efficiency. And now that we've done this, we'll make this commit. And I believe we'll add one more API source, and then that might be. So let's look. Yeah, when we've add fish watch. Yeah, we'll add maybe a few more, then we'll go for our break. Hello world, this is dog. What a great API, another dog one. You see we have, it's kind of hard to read, but there are 3 endpoints down here at the bottom. Wolf, and doggos. So we have this, which is the file name. We have this, which is JSON with a URL, and then we have doggos, which is every listing. Now we can do, you know what? We will actually do it again. So there we have both options this time, and we can choose what we want. We can go to wolf.json, make a request every click, or we can be smart. Go to doggos, cache this, and then pick a random from this list. We're going to be smart. We're going to be cool. We're going to be efficient. We're going to be optimized. We're going to use that listing endpoint. So random.dog is the ID, random dog, and we see this URL right here is what we already want. Everyone place your bets. Are we going to get chords blocked or not? Now we see we're literally returned an array of file names. So we're not saying fishes, we're saying file names. Ah, yeah, local storage would be, yeah, that would be an efficient way of doing this even better. You know what? Yeah, that is a good one. And that's actually what I'm going to do. Yeah, so after we get doggos working, we will convert this. I'm trying to think. So the danger of local storage is that the data updates and your local storage doesn't. Yeah, okay, but we will bypass that by storing it in local storage. And on the initial fetch, we'll try to get new data. And if that new data is new, we'll restore it. Yeah, so yeah, we'll definitely use local storage. Thank you for the good suggestion / reminder, because I wouldn't have done it otherwise. So let's get random doggos working. So we're not using fishes, we're using file names. Then we have random const file name equals this. Now let's look at the format of these files. It's a little hard to see, but I'll drop it in code. So it's URL random.dog / the file name. So we can set this right here by saying string. That's not the URL, that is the URL. I got confused. Plus file name. And no, I'm not using template literals. It's literally 2 strings. I don't feel like there's a need to go all, we do some magic and template literally when it's at the end of a string. I don't do template literals when it's a suffix or a prefix without good reason. So now we have the file name randomly picked. We have all this working, and we need to save random dog to our animal sources array and try it out. So let's flip around random.dog. Wow, that is that's a lovely one. Oh, what a good boy. I clicked the button. Did something go wrong? Oh, so I guess statistically we could have. Okay, something is loading. The big load. Yeah, what a big load that was. Okay, we're doing some high quality images from this API. Wow, that is very high quality. You can literally count the hairs. Ooh, unfortunate. What went wrong? Let's inspect this URL. Ooh, it's an MP4. Interesting behavior. There are videos here. So before we put this in local storage, we need to handle the videos. How do we want to handle them? We will ignore them. So we will say while true. And we will say let file name equals .mp4. We'll say while file name ends with .mp4, pick a new file name. We don't want videos. Yeah, trademark. There we go. So this will essentially, as long as the file name ends with an MP4, we will get a new file name randomly, and we will initialize our file name with literally .mp4. So that starts our while loop. So this is gonna work. My brain's like, I could do this better. Okay, it's working. Happy boy. Nice blip. Oh, happy. Oh. Okay, so this is with the while loop. So got one more thing to do before I local storage it. It's right here. So we also have a do while loop existing in JavaScript. While file name ends with MP4. So what that allows you to do is not have to initialize it to something that the while passes to truthy. Yeah, dogs with jobs. That's a good subreddit. I did think about making Reddit one of the API sources, but it's like basically it'd be a source for each subreddit or Reddit in general. Then each species or something would be its own thing, and I would grab like the top 25, or maybe I don't think Reddit has random, but I did think about that. Yeah. Maybe that's something y'all could expand on your own, because Reddit's got so many subreddits. It'd be like basically artificially inflating the number of like how many you can get from there. Okay, we have a GIF. Aww. Yeah, we click again and we have a network performance. Another high quality image. Wow. Right out of a photo shoot for this one. Okay, so it's working. You can't tell if the image thing is working because it's randomized, but trust me, it works. So we'll finish this commit by adding random dog. Let's see what changes we made. We added it to the array. So, boom, we done. Now let's get local storage involved. So we're going to start with the fishes. So let's see, how do we want to do this? So we want to do this on construction and on assignment. So these are the two events that like on load and on save basically. Hey, thanks for the follow, Jetsuko, I believe it is, and Lucas AF. Thank you both for the follow. Yeah, so got my brain. Yeah, so what we want to do is we're going to want to implement local storage. So essentially, whenever this happens, we want to save it to local storage. So local storage.set item. And what do we want to call this? URAG. This is for ultimate random animal generator. I like to namespace my local storage things because just name it anything, then anyone who runs it on their local host, for example, will get populated with a bunch of stuff you might not want. Want this plus this ID. Want to set it to the JSON stringification of this fishes. And then here, we want to assign it to an empty thing, but then we want to try to load it from local storage. Costs local fishes equals local storage dot get item this. Now we need to check if this is truthy. Now we're going to assume the data is good in local storage. If the user goes and messes with the local storage data, not our problem. So if local fishes, then local this dot fishes equals JSON dot parse local fishes. Yeah, this does work, I believe. Now let's test it out. So we're doing this on the fishes one. So we need to open up the network tab, choose the fish, and fetch the fish. Okay, that looks good. It's still cached. Everyone loves it. Now we're just going to refresh. We're not even going to go look at the local storage tab and just see if it works. Boom. We have no additional network request. And if we want to be paranoid and go check on it ourselves, local storage? Yeah, here it is. urag fish watch. Oh, Chrome even JSON reads it for us. It's got all this information. So this is good. We want to do this exact same behavior to the Doggo API. So it's basically these three lines that's going on. So we're going to copy, paste, copy, paste. Now we're not using local fishes. We're using local, maybe we call this local data, something like that. And this dot file names. So if we save this, and we look at random.dog at the network tab, then we fetch it. Made the fetch. Now we get the pretty pictures. Some of them are bigger than, man, high quality images from this API. We do it again. Random.dog. We made another API request. Okay, that is interesting behavior. Let's look at local storage to see what went wrong. So we have it here. This is good JSON. Aha! So again, I'm not in a typed environment. JavaScript is dynamically typed. If you assign things to random things, it'll just go with you. I copied and pasted. And it's not this dot file names, it's this dot, it is this dot file names, it's not this dot fishes. So now, it's still in cache, or it's still in the local storage. Now we don't make additional request to the API. So local storage is working. Thank you for that suggestion, Genie. It is doing the magic. So we're going to commit it like this, but then we got to optimize it. Because let's look at the code we have, thanks to this get diff thing. We get it, we check if it's real, then we assign it to the parse. Then we set it here. Same logic, different variables. The variable is what we're, the key and what we're storing it from. You can see the same logic here, but it's being repeated. This is not very dry. So we're going to make it very dry, basically. We're going to optimize this up. So add local storage integration. I suppose that's a good enough commit message. And there's also the fact that these could become stale, and if they're stale, then they could be stale for eternity. That's something we will do, but we won't do it right now. So looking at this, what we have is basically two options. We have loading, and we have saving. So we have an instance where it loads, and an instance where it saves. I'm going to add this to animal source. All right, we're going to add these methods called load, and this will return. What will this return? Trying to figure out, because the data structure will not always be the same. Like right now we're dealing with arrays, but it could return, like we have to be somewhat, what's the term, flexible with what it returns. But we do want to, basically we'll go copy the lines first. I'm trying to get very abstract with it. We don't need to get that abstract. We'll just go copy lines. There we go. So we have local data. If so, return parsed local data variant. Then over here, we will call this save, which literally does this, but with other stuff. So this dot fishes and this dot file names, it's always going to be called different things. So we need to like have a way in which they know what to save. Now we can make it a parameter or an argument and just be done with it. I'm trying to think of a good way of doing this. I also want this to default to something if it fails, and then we want all these to be called as they're instigated, or initialized rather. So, yeah, sorry, I'm trying to think of the best way to do this, or the most object-oriented way to do this rather. So saving seems to be pretty much doing its job there. Just not using that. Maybe I can use this, the entirety of this. It will include the ID, but that's acceptable to me. Yeah, so it'll save the entire instance of the object to JSON, a little extra for an ID. But I feel like that's okay, right? Yeah, it feels okay. And then this will always, so it's either good, oh, okay, and this will automatically be the correct data. Loving it. Okay, I feel like this is on a good approach. This might not always exist though, so we want to default this to empty object with an ID of this.id. Maybe we just don't want to do this all the time, right? I see. Okay, I'm sorry for rambling. The vision is coming to me. If not local data, return. If there is local data, then we want to assign ourself to it. Assign this to the data. I will explain this if it works. So we have to actually use these. Where is it? Here it is. Now, we don't use it here because that would be very wet. We use it down here. So we create a source, or maybe we don't use it here. We want to do the loading is what I'm trying to describe. We'll do the loading in the constructor, right? That feels right. Yeah, we'll see how that works. The object assigning of this, so the order needs to be good. So if I go look at this dot fishes, because you're always supposed to call your supers first. So if I do this, this will set the fishes accordingly. Then I will override the fishes. I don't want to do that. So I'm not doing load in the constructor. I'm doing load after the constructor, which means I'm doing it down here when I initialize. And what I will do is I will make it chainable. So I'll call load and it returns void. But I'll go to load and I'll say you always return this. Which means when I call .load, well, it's not returning return. It's always returning the current instance of it, which means I can still keep my mapping, which creates a new source. Then it calls .load on that source, which will always return this accordingly. And I believe that is the trick. Now, saving is going to be a very manual process, I believe. I could automate it. We're going to keep it manual for now. So let's go down to our wet code and just get rid of that. And we just call, instead of this, all this manual stuff, this dot save. Okay, that seems good to me. Let's find the other one. This dot save, get rid of that wet code. Save it, save it. Now we need to clear our local storage. Where is it? Local storage dot clear. And let's try it out. So random.dog on the network. We made the request. We're not making the request anymore. We're getting some high quality photo here though. Aww. Now we refresh. I choose the wrong one. If we choose random dog, it is coming from local storage. Let's look at it. I mean, this is it. It's an object. I'm confused, but okay, sure. No, Lucas, I have had a little bit of experience before. Basically kind of just self-taught since, I suppose 2011-ish, just like learning stuff to like make games with, learn Python to make games, learn Java to make Minecraft plugins. So this isn't my first experience of programming 100 devs, but it's my first structured one, I'd say, like an actual course. I had one semester of college before the whole world did the thing everyone knows about, but yeah, this is the first real structured experience with programming. What is up with this local storage? What did I do? So this is dog watch, or random dog, right? Yeah. I mean, let's just look at sources of the random dog, see what it looks like. This is a great thing about having your stuff available in the terminal. You can just, or in the console, you can just be like, hey, what do you think you're doing? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Quick math. Okay, yeah, it's got... This is not what it was supposed to do. Oh, thanks, Lucas. I appreciate it. I'm trying, and yeah, I'm happy to help. I Yeah, I don't remember what it exactly was, but there probably was just a little thing. You probably just needed to verbalize it, and you probably figured it out yourself. But if I did help, I'm happy I did. Yeah. It's gonna be an interesting vibe. I mean, it's a little longer than I expected, but it is like progressing pretty expected. But yeah, as a whole, it goes from scratch. So from zero GitHub repository to creating the GitHub, pushing the commits, all that stuff. Ooh, font awesome. Yeah, I think I remember you. So it was a versioning thing in which actually I don't remember what it was. I went to fontawesome.com and just found their thing. Oh. I must have solved two different font awesome issues because that's the one I was dealing with. Like one icon was wrong, like a LinkedIn wasn't working on certain browsers. So I don't remember exactly, but yeah. I probably just went to Font Awesome and was like, "Is this what you want to do?" So I don't use Font Awesome that often. Yeah. So I'm trying to remember. I do, because ironically, I've had a number of Font Awesome, so they're all kind of blurring together like all the Font Awesome issues I've solved. Hey, yeah, get on that CDN, or even if you're fancier, save it locally. So like instead of relying on a remote URL, which might break any day, you just save it locally in your project. So then it'll never break. Might be outdated, but it'll never break, and it's like it shouldn't update on its own anyway. Yeah, let's go look at save, see what save is doing. Dot save. Okay, save. You have deceived me. Console log this. Okay, random dog, do your worst. This is what I expect. Let's look at load then, right? Let's look at local data. Maybe we might assign this doing a little more than I want. ID, file names. Show more 43 kilobytes. Okay, we're putting a lot of local storage. What's that limit? 5 megabytes? I'm starting to sweat on that. Hey, but it's working, and if we run that JavaScript to grab our local storage dog, it's working. So I guess my local storage must have had random junk in it, which broke it. But yeah, so local storage clear. This is literally behavior with any and all databases. When you change the schema or the shape of data, make sure to clear the old data out or provide some form of migration, because you're going to get the weirdest behavior otherwise. And I just looked at this photograph. What a good boy. Okay, so we don't need to console log these anymore. They're doing their job. I assume Fishboy is also doing their job. Fishboy, Fishwatch. New superhero, right? That's not new, it's old, but Fishwatch. So look at the network tab. Good. Let's do it again, Fishwatch. Okay, so thank you, Gene, for the selection. Wow, this looks good looking fish. Local storage is now implemented. We can do better though. We always can. Okay, so the logic we're going to implement is last checked. So basically, if they ever update, these caches will be old basically. We'll implement that after this commit, Alright, so we will, what do we call this? Abstract local storage. Local storage interactions. I'm honestly local storage loading and saving, but interactions seems to be the word that groups them together. So yeah, clean the code, clean the code. What is this? I didn't change this. I did change this. Oh, I appreciate it, Jetsuku. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to help anytime. I mean, Leon does say the thing about like mentors aren't like the best thing to go for, but I'm happy to help anytime. You know, I appreciate the compliment. I'll be everyone's mentor. Then y'all will be my mentors. It'll just be an infinite loop of mentorship. So let's think. I have to think thoughts now. Hold up. So yeah, we're gonna do some logic. Goodbye, dog CEO. Goodbye, bunny CEO. Goodbye, fox. Fish watch. And random dog. So we're gonna do like this. Last fetched. I'm trying to think where I'll put this logic. I'll put this logic in all of them. So I was about to be like, here's some wet code, but no, we're gonna pre-dry the code. So this dot last. What are we gonna call this? So it's basically like the last time the data was fetched. So last saved. Yes, that's what we want. Oh yeah, I remember the Kanye West soundboard. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, I totally remember you now. I was walking on clouds. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to figure out like why things aren't working when the errors like aren't very obvious. I think it was just like file not found, or that was probably the variant of the error. So yeah, I remember. I totally remember that one now. Yeah, getting all the getting that work. I think they were like, yeah, I remember that one. It was just the one because there was another audio issue I helped someone with. But yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, it does not autofill, especially because it is relative to the path that you're from. So if you're in, I mean, you probably remember this. You figured it out, but it's from index.js, and if you don't do a specific dot forward slash, then it thinks it's absolute or thinks it's relative. So yeah, a whole bunch of rules that are not obvious. Yeah, I can see how you think it was broken when it's like, their example works just fine. What's this one not doing? Gonna update this dot last save to date dot now. And this is the logic where we do should. Now we're gonna use some logic. I just said it twice. We're gonna use double logic. So much logic. We're gonna logic the logic. So we want to check if should refetch. Or is stale. This is what we're doing. Is stale. This is going to return if it's stale. So it's going to return basically some math. Oh man, I didn't realize you were that close to chucking it away. I'm happy you made it though. It's all complete now, right? Kanye West soundboy. Crazy. That's the cool thing about like programming, because like I would have never thought of that, because like I'm not into Kanye West or all that fun stuff, but you have a completely different perspective, so you were able to take what little skills we did learn up into that point and turn it into a full-blown project, and with a little help from me and the other folks, just smoothly get it to the completed state. I was gonna write a method here. I started to write it here. Const diff equals date dot now. So I'll explain this math in a moment. Minus this dot last save. Return diff is greater than. So we want seconds in a day. So we can figure that out, or we can just ask Google. Seconds in a day. Tell me, Google, that many. So if it's over that many seconds in a day. Now, we don't know if this is going to work yet, but we'll check it out. Well, now, thankfully, we don't need to do this check anymore. We can just check if this is stale and do the logic over there. Where's the other one? Yeah, you see how object-oriented this is getting? Let's console log the diff just to be looking good. And we got clear our local storage because data shape has changed. Aww. Oh wow, that's even greater than I imagined to see like your little template or your starting off period inspire everyone else. I'm glad to have been able to contribute to that then. Hey, yeah, happy to see you. Let's think. We have fish watch, so I think this is working. Apparently, date.now is not the number of seconds; it's the number of milliseconds. So I need to multiply this by 1,000, which is adding 3 zeros. I don't know. Watch me do some bad math. Times 1,000. There you go. I know how to do math. So now it's how many milliseconds, and let's console log the diff. Fish watch. There it is. It is working, and of course random.dog is working too. Loving it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, I figured out my math. It's milliseconds. I could have just looked it up, but I wanted to keep pushing the button to see what would happen. Okay, so we have implemented a lot of local storage features. Again, shout out Genie for the idea. I'm really liking this now. Literally wouldn't have thought of it if it wasn't mentioned. So let's add this. So add local storage caching logic. Now, as I promised, I have to explain this. So what's happening is whenever we save it, we're updating this.last save to the current time in milliseconds. So basically we're saying, when did we last save it? Just now, that's when. And this is stale method basically returns if the amount of time since it was last saved is greater than 1 day. So it's basically checking how much time has passed since it was last saved. Oh, I have to one-line this now. And sorry, I got distracted. The Code Wars infected my brain. And what do I call this? Cleaned up. Optimized is stale. Okay, it's good. Let's get that push going. There we go. Okay, all synced up. Now back to how it was before that intrusive thought took over. It's basically checking if the amount of time has passed is greater than 1 day, then it is stale. Now the definition of stale, I mean, like if you've eaten bread, you know what stale means. It's like outdated. It needs to be new. But in caching, it also means the same thing. It's stale. It needs to be refreshed, to be made new. Then I replaced my length check to basically check if there was no data to check if it was stale. So if the data was stale, we create a new one and we go get new data. That works both for the initial and for when the cache is actually stale. Yeah, Lucas, thanks for stopping by. Going to 100 Devs meetup. Wow, that's nice. Have a good one. Whip out your soundboard and be like, do y'all got a Kanye West soundboard? I didn't think so. Hey, I mean, you probably, like, a number of them may have made the soundboard off of, maybe made their own soundboard, so you'll never know. Oh, hey, thank you, Dubel Click, for the follow. Dubel, I mean, it's double click, but maybe double click wasn't available. Double click or double click. Feel free to correct me either way. Thanks for the follow. And yeah, how are you doing this day, night, evening? That is amazing, Lucas. That's gonna be a good one, huh? I can imagine that even like going even further beyond of like once you, I mean, I don't know, like what, I guess like after that you can like make it some form of like challenge, like you have to actually solve it to like find maybe like a location of candy or like a password or something. That'd be interesting, like I mean, obviously it wouldn't work on paper, but if you digitalized it some way, you can make it so it's like, yeah, solve this code word, like write the code that works on it, and then once you write the working code, there's a hidden test case that only works once all the other ones passed, and that one with your working code outputs like a password or like there's a bunch of candy in this corner or something like that. I mean, like obviously maybe not candy depending on the something secretive, that would Code Wars for Code Wars treasure hunt. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be fun either way, though, Lucas. You have a good time there. Yeah, Fish Watch. So yeah, this is the stale logic. It's working, and I'd say with that, because while it was a great suggestion, yeah. So that's a great suggestion, but that is also break time. I'm trying to think what we're gonna do after the break. I want to do some more APIs, but I also want to get some of this other logic going. Oh, double kick. Look, yeah, you've mentioned it. Now we have to use NFTs, don't we? You could be like, oh, like after you solve the code wars, your NFT is the code wars. Who's gonna stop you from selling it, right? I mean, yeah, the opportunities are endless. Oh, hey, thank you. If Dan can. If Dan can. If Dan can, everyone can, right? Hey, thanks for the follow, if Dan can. How is your day, night, evening going? And yeah, double kick. I imagine, like, why isn't there a Code Wars, Code Challenge NFT platform? I'm gonna start the break now, because if I don't start, I won't ever start it. But yeah, I'll still a few minutes. Code Challenge NFT. Is there any coding challenges stuff? It's gotta be, right? Maybe you should be the first to double click or double click. Be the first to make the programming challenge NFT platform. There we go. There aren't any out there, at least I couldn't find them, so yeah, we would be the first. Hey, glad to hear it if Dan can. And yeah, I meant to start streaming like way back in February, but perfect being the enemy of good, I was like, oh, I gotta get this set up and I gotta get these overlays and I can't do any of this until I have all this going up. So like almost exactly a week ago, I was just like, forget it. I have a timer. That's gonna be enough. So I just did it, and yeah, this is the first quote official stream, I'd say, that I've like actually advertised and stuff. The other ones were kind of just do some code wars, let's do some random projects. So they're all project based so far, except for the short ones. But yeah, gonna at the very least just keep it on a weekly consistent. All the other streams are just gonna be kind of spontaneous. But yeah, saw because the very first time I saw 100 devs, which 100 devs. I have a bot, yes I do. Because the very first time I saw it was because of a streamer. So I don't know, it feels like I feel like I should be able to like give back in some extra way to maybe if at least one person catches on to 100 devs because of me, I felt like I would have balanced out what the Debugger did for me, which let me make sure this link is right before I paste it. I'm just gonna click it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. I'll retype it. But yeah, that was the streamer that I was. I basically Dev Wars is another Twitch thing that I got rated into. They're part of the alumni now, but yeah, they rated them, and I was like, oh, this is a pretty cool fella. And they mentioned 100 devs, and I lurked around there till I heard the second cohort was up. So if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here. So if I can just get at least one person to find it, it all will be balanced. Okay, I'm taking my real break now. Y'all do it too. Stretch, hydrate, relax, all the fun stuff. since the break didn't really start, figured we'd go on a few extra, like 1.5 extra minute on break. So the timer's outdated, but it's fine. Oh my god, if you're still here, Jetsuko, I just saw your tweet from the fish thing. Yeah, that's a picture of a fish, alright. I see why you wanted to see that like that now. Sorry, yeah, I'm getting distracted here. Okay, let me get back to it. Okay, yeah, let's figure this out. Think thoughts. Thoughts that need to be thought. Think, think, think. What were we doing? We're supposed to be doing stuff. Yeah, we're adding more APIs. Then we're also going to do... I don't know, I kind of want to do some of this stuff. So let's say we add 2 more APIs. Do we also have the Shibi here? I also have a number of them. Okay, we add 3 more APIs, including the Shibi one. And the Shibi one will lead us into species customization because, spoiler alert, oh, that opened the wrong tab. Totally ruined my momentum there. It's like, ha, and it's like nothing happened. So the Shibi API works for birds, dogs, and cats. So this is going to be one API that's going to support multiple species. Okay, so let's jump into JavaScript and let's knock out some of these easier APIs. The elephant API. We love the elephant API. Okay, let's fold some of this. Paste, copy random dog into this. Nice URL. Yes, and it just so happens to be that we have a listing and a random endpoint. So we're going to be using the listing like we've done before. So another one we efficiently cache. And let's see. Think thoughts. This is the part where I need to think thoughts. I need to rename this to elephant API. Sorry, it doesn't look like it's pronounced elephant. My brain's like, this is elephant. I'm like, no, it's elephant. There we go. Let's see, what data are we storing? We are storing... We can store the entire thing, but we do want to be considerate of local storage space concerns. Let's see. We have a lot of image attributes here. Let's see. Let's first zoom in because we can't see anything. Hey, but image. Okay, this is good. Oh, but only 46 of them. I didn't realize that. That's okay. Like, what, a third of them are missing? It's okay. We don't get many elephants. So we want to use the image property. We want to use basically this URL. We want to trim it down to as much or as little as we need. So we want to say file names. Yeah, we're doing file names again. This is a pretty good pattern. So we have the JSON, then we want to do then data. Then we want to map the data. Well, hold on. Let's look at the... We also want to do some filtering, don't we? Right, I think. Yeah, that will take quite a big milk carton, wouldn't it? Yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm sorry, brain's thinking. So we need to filter only the elephants that have pictures with good URLs. Oh, what the? Okay, this database has a lot of empty entries. We also got to filter out those ones. So data that filter elephant. So we want to make sure it has an image. Image. And so we only want to keep the ones with images. And with images that are not missing.jpg. Because as interesting as that is, we don't care about the missing one. And elephant image not strictly equal to this. Okay, this seems good. And we want to map it. So we're going to say dot map. To say we only want to look at the elephant image. we could do this the other way around. So we want to map first. We want to say elephant image. Now our filter will be URL. So we're filtering the URL. So we gotta make sure it's a URL and it doesn't equal that string. Good. Now let's map it again. Yeah, a map, then a filter and a map. We're getting super functional up here, folks. Hang on. Then we're taking the URL and we are stripping it down to just the last part. So if we do image, we want 001.jpg. And since we're crazy, we're going to keep the extension. So we're going to say URL.split. So we're going all string manipulation here. So now I have an array. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could pick the fifth element out. But I'm scared. I'm scared it's going to change one day. And it'll be like something weird. So my paranoia is going to make me pick the last element. Now, there are a few ways to do that. We can do a length thing. But we don't have the length. It's like we need to use the length to access it. And unless we put it in a variable, we won't have access to it. Putting it into a variable, you know what putting it into a variable means? It means this is no longer a one-line function. We can't do that. The code wars in me, the code weenie must make this a one-line function. So we're going to use the at method. Now there are two different ways to do this. You can use at -1 to pick the element at that index. It's like using bracket notation, but it supports negatives. Whoop whoop. So Python background, hello. This is how it should have been the whole time, right? -1 wraps around. Hey Ryan, how you doing? Yeah, we didn't really do a code wars this time. If you got a suggestion though, we'll take one down. What should the code wars command do? I hadn't thought of that as a command. Yeah, data map. So we're gonna make this a giant. So yeah, I can't read this. Gotta make this multi-line. It's a one line. It's a multi-line, one line. So data.map.filter.map again. See, this is how you can write readable multi-line stuff. You just make your multi-lines. Make your single lines multi-line. Ah, yeah. The at method is a good one. So on Code Wars specifically, it's kind of like, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll make it informational, like it'll link to my Code Wars profile or something, or my Code Wars repo to see solutions. But yeah, maybe I can make it like something, like, oh no, we're getting all Code Wars again. Like kind of like how, like when I get there, we'll do like the channel point for like shorten the code. So it could be something along that similar theme, right, Ryan? But for now, probably by next one, I'll just make it another link to my thingamabob. But yeah, if you do try to use this on Code Wars, you might encounter the same behavior as replace all, aka it's not a method. The alternative is use the ES5 alternative is to use slice -1, and that returns. Now the tricky thing is that this behavior is different. This returns. Hold on, my brain's loading on this. Wait, what is that? So VS Code is telling me that returns a string. ABCDEF dot split dot slice -1. Okay, I didn't do the split right. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So slice does return an array. VS Code lied to me. How could it? Slice -1. It says it returns a string, but no, it very much does not return a string. Yeah, so it returns an array containing the string, where at, on the other hand, returns the actual string you care about. So whenever you need to use the old variation to get the last index, aka slice -1, remember, you gotta index it by 0 to get it out. Yeah, slice allows negative indexing. I think it's been a while since I've looked at them. I don't really remember exactly how Yeah, the index is the first, so when we read this, negative indicates an offset from the end of sequence. So yeah, kind of literally how Python does it, how you would expect it to do. And yeah, then you use a negative index for the end to, yeah, it's kind of, what's the word? As you would expect, not, that's the term, the word. Imperative, as expected. I don't know, I'm trying to think of a word, I can't think of it. It's like a steering wheel, you turn it left, the car goes left. It's expected behavior. I can't think of the word. A streamer brain. I've got a case of the streamer brain. So yeah, we're just going to use at because we're not in caveman times anymore. This is 2022. We have at, we want to use it. So yeah, this, I don't even know if this works anymore. Yeah, so we're picking a file name. We're not doing the MP4 check because there are no elephant videos. Const file name equals this. Now, we're not using random.dog. We're using this prefix right here. Did I copy it right? I almost did. Boom, boom, boom. Now this is Elephant API. Let's get that one added. Oh, I'm on the wrong browser. Let's select the Elephant API. Sorry, I was just having to. I thought something might be broken. It is broken. I knew, and I didn't take the opportunity. Cores error. Okay, let's go solve our cores. At this point, I'm actually going to do that during the next thing. I'm going to dry out this cores logic. Where is it? Hello, Elephant API. Unexpected token. Okay, this is some interesting logic. Let's look at the error. Now this is an interesting thing on some browsers. We get the error and it says virtual machine 547. Like, you click on that, it takes you nowhere. Sometimes you have to open the error up to see the actual line numbers it failed on. It's something to do with asynchronous or promisey stuff. I honestly don't know. Don't really care. Just sometimes you need to open it up to see it. So let's see, it failed on 191. So we can go to 191. It failed down here. That's very informative. So yeah, that's why it did give us a line number. It couldn't figure it out. Thankfully, though, we know what happened. It's this that failed. Of course, that's not the API endpoint. That's the website endpoint. Why don't the API work? You never used the API. That's why it don't work. There we go. We need the elephant's endpoint. So paste, save. Wrong browser, right browser. Elephant API. Bada boom. What the? Okay, that's an interesting one. Hey, okay, there's a happier looking one. Yeah, it's an interesting API, but hey, we get elephants occasionally. Happy elephant. Hey, Desunduru. Did you just join to see that interesting elephant picture? Yeah, it's interesting thing to see the first time, I imagine. But yeah, this is just some random elephant API. It has elephant pictures in it. I think they're all from Wikipedia or some form. And yeah, we just we just implemented it. It doesn't have that many, as you can see. Wow, look at this one. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I'm not going to keep it on two screen. I might get TOS for it. I don't know what that is. Did not read the Wikipedia article. But yeah, we just finished the Elephant API. It fetches, it stores it, it saves it in local storage with like a day amount of caching. So after a day, it'll rehash it. And then it sets the image source to the randomly chosen image. And I believe that is... I don't have modified changes up here. Oh, because GitHub was like, we're gonna do stuff. Oh, is that really what happened, Dis? Wow. What a story on that, huh? An elephant on trial. And who would have thought? Yeah. But yeah, that's I guess that's kind of more of a popular one, huh? I mean, I guess yeah, you would see that in all kinds of obscure facts of around animals and stuff. So yeah, I imagine that would be a popular, obscure, random factoid. Add elephant API. Boom. But yeah, how's your day, evening, night been going so far? Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so we have the elephant API added. This file's getting pretty big, folks. 200 lines. We got time to add another one. The cat API. .com. Not that tab. This tab. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, you're like the second person to come in here today say they're doing a local meeting up of fellow 100 devers locally. Yeah, okay, let's see. You know, if y'all had coffee, you could have called it a coffee chat, but I guess it was a ramen chat then, huh? Let's look at the cat API. I actually don't know how it works. We have a random endpoint. We're going to use the random endpoint. Probably a listing thing here. Coffee boba, yeah, it counts. It's like Leon said, you don't even need to have coffee for it to count. Okay, this is an interesting API here. I don't want search, I want all public images. Images search. Oh, this is the endpoint. Thank you, documentation. This isn't all the images though. Oh, query parameters, size, order, limit. Oh, you can only get, okay, so I can't get all of them and cache it. That's cool. We're gonna do the normal thing and actually use the random endpoint for once. It's been so long. Forgot random endpoints existed almost. Okay, we have bunnies, CEO, the cat API. The cat API, all the ones must not be real. Okay, and this is our endpoint. And we use the endpoint. Now, since this is an official API, I'm gonna bet we don't need to do any cores magic. But let's see. Image data.url. Have we already done the cat API? So I'm just recognizing this, like, this is a lot of deja vu. Data URL, cats, I'm like, have we done this already? They're all blending together. Okay, cat API, do your worst. Give us cat. Oh no, I've done the data property wrong. It's undefined. And a 404, that's because of my undefined. So to the network tab, we do it again. And we see our search. What is our response? Aha! Sorry, I didn't really need to look there. I could have just console logged it, but let's console log it. Use our tools. The cat API. Boom. So let's look in our dev. This is an array of object. It's an array of one object, so it's not objects. So we need to say data 0 URL. Now the cat API shall grant us a cat and a human. I didn't ask for humans, but this is a very photogenic cat. Aww. Aww. Okay, this is my high. Whoa. Okay, my nightmares are fueled now. Aww. Oh, okay, we gotta end on the blep. That's a good one. Okay, yeah, so cat API. It's a simple API. I almost forgot how those work. Okay, so we have add the cat API. Save, commit. Oh, wrong tab. Push. All the fun stuff. There we go. Let's add another one. Shibi Online. Okay, this is the one where this is our last API before we do some more features, because Sheeby API, so it's got some pretty good docs. Gives you a thing, does this weird thing where it puts parameters variabilized in here, but that's cool. We get URLs, we get HTTP URLs. It's an old property. Let's give this a false, see what it looks like. Gives you an ID. Give it a true, gives you the URL. So we want the URL, so we're going to give this a true. Go down here, paste, copy, paste, sheeby, and this is sheeby, and this is this. Looks good to me. What's the response? It is an array of strings. So this is like URLs. Now we're gonna keep it data. I like keeping it data. Data is 0. I have to add sheeby, of course, to our array of sources, because this is the only way I know how. If anyone has better ideas, drop it in the chat. Close the tabs, close the tabs. Sheeby. Yeah, of course it's not first try. What went wrong? CORS error. Wow, okay, I did not think this would be a CORS error. Okay, folks. I almost should have like some kind of command or alert or something to like, it's another CORS error. So we gotta do the CORS error dance. Let's go find one of the previous ones. Yeah, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Next, after this API, I'm gonna dry out this CORS. Of course it is. Oh no, dis. But that's a good one. So yeah, using the CORS proxy for anyone like this or someone who hasn't seen it. Basically, it's a website. You give it a URL that's angry and all CORSy, and it will make a request from its server, basically giving you access to whatever it is. It acts as a middle person to like, it takes your request, gives it to its server goes to your URL, gets the data back, passes it back to you. And this particular one, that seems all right. It doesn't require you to do any weird stuff to get off. You just, like, these are the pages for it. It just works. It's like a limit of 50, 5 requests a second. I've never hit that. You shouldn't be hitting that. It does like only support GET and some other things. So if you're using a fancy API with post parameters and ooh la la, if this ain't for you, find another CORS proxy. But this works for the simple ones. So yeah, sheeby. Sheeby, that's what we need to do. We need to fix the CORS. And now, sheeby. Proxy to throw headers on it. So the way it... Why isn't it working anymore? What is this? What is this? 520 failed. I clicked the button again. Okay, the API, the universe, the network, the bits, the ions, they were like, let's make Rascal feel wacky. Okay, yeah. So what this does, is essentially, so let's go ahead and make this. So I'll try to demonstrate this. So essentially, let's remove that picture. So when you have a client here, so this is you, and then here's the backend API server over here. API, no one spam nuns. So this is the API, and this is a browser. So it's like B for browser. No, it's C. No, it's F for front end. And when you make a request to it, it sends headers back saying who can make the request. Now, if it says only certain domains can make the request and your domain, which is like localhost or whatever, doesn't match, it basically says you can't have any data. But if you make it from a backend server, which is any old backend server, this could be a Python script or whatever, and they make a request to the API, and we put COR, when they make the request back, there is no CORS headers because CORS doesn't exist for backend. So they can make as many requests to this server as they want. There are other mitigations that API can implement to block it, but usually it's not. It's kind of out of the scope of this thing. But basically, it can make the request and it can receive it all at once. So the path is that instead of going from you to the API, you go from you to the backend. So you send your stuff to the backend, then the backend sends your stuff to the API, and the API sends its stuff back to the backend. Then backend redirects the response it got all the way back to you. So you can see in my diagram that's shaped weirdly, the backend essentially serves as a middle person, holding basically transactional, like an escrow from financials or stuff. It takes the data and it passes it forward, and it does so in a way that it's doing it from the back end where there are no cores for it to be blocked. That's essentially what it does. But yeah, that's kind of the basics. Like I mentioned, this particular CORS proxy I got, I don't know if it allows you to do fun stuff. Like, you have a URL, you only do GET request. It's probably all you can do. I mean, I would have to test to see if this one particularly supported anything more than it says, like if it supports headers or something. But it doesn't say it does. It also doesn't say it doesn't. So it's kind of like experiment to try and figure it out. But I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of any header that I would be able. HTTP GET. Yeah. So HTTP GET is a pretty neat service. Nope, that's not it. HTTP bin. There you go. I think when you make requests to this, it tells you what headers you sent it with. No, it would show me the thing. Headers. Header. Response inspection. Yes. Return a set of response headers from the query string. Sure. Try it out. Do the thingy. ABC. Execute. Okay, I don't know what this is doing. I don't want to do a curl. I just want to make a normal request, folks. There we go. Content type freeform equals ABC. So those are GET queries. I want the headers back. Anything. Redirects, image, cookies, dynamic data. E-tag. Cache. Request inspection. Return the incoming request HTTP headers. This is what I want. Yeah. Yes. Okay, great. I see all the headers. Don't worry, you can't. Even if you got my IP, y'all won't be able to do anything with it. So let's make a request. So yeah, we're fetching. We're going to be CORS fetching. So first we're going to make sure this thing works normally. So fetch. Then JR. I'm getting there. Handle my keyboard. Console log. That's not how you do it, folks. Don't worry. Then console log. That's also not how you do it. That's good enough. Ooh, okay. So let's look at the headers we got from here. We got something. Oh, so hey, fun fact. This particular CORS proxy is using Go. That was a fun fact. What's up with the Amazon Trace ID, though? Is that part of the original or the new? Let's figure it out. Okay, apparently that's part of the original. Amazon tracing us all. Don't worry, everyone. They have our best intentions at heart. I'm sure of it. So yeah, as you can see, wow, I get a lot less. It strips a lot of headers out. So just looking there, this isn't looking good for custom headers, but we're going to try it. Let's try to give it, so we want to give it a custom header. Headers, we want ABC. Actually, I didn't need to, what am I doing? Typing it all in the console in one line. That's what I'm doing. ABC, DEF. Will you just, oh gosh. Wow, big error. I'm gonna say it don't like headers. Now, what if I don't put any headers in? Was it any headers, or was it just my inclusion of headers? Okay, maybe I should put a real header in. I can't think of a good header. Oh, content type. Yeah, that's a good header. And then we'll do application /JSON. That's a real header. Ooh. Cores request external region, blah blah blah. Cores prolify. Disable reading the remote. Cores request did not. It looks like this one does not let you use headers. So fortunately, if you're using an API service that I'm assuming requires authentication via the authentication header with a token or whatever, this is not the Cores proxy for you, but there are other ones out there. And you can make yeah, I know. Someone else I can probably so you know what, what was I doing? Okay, I'm gonna finish this commit actually. And I'll take a mini break because I saw someone else posted one on the Discord that might do it. Add Shibi. There we go. Shibi added. Mini break, folks. I mean, it's a full length break, actually. I lied. It's full break. But I will be still chatting while I look in my Discord for someone else's cores. Because I went through like 3 or 4 of them to try to find one that worked stably enough. Thinking thoughts. Yeah, so there's cores everywhere, but that requires you to perform like a check before it. I've used it. Where is it? Maybe. Maybe the streamer brains got me. There was no cores proxy. So what I'm thinking of is someone made a replit that was basically a cores proxy. I think that might be an option for us folks. I don't know how REPL feels about it, but I'm just gonna try to click on this, see if I found the right one. Unsupported protocol scheme. Okay, let's what was my one I was just trying? HTTP pen. Yeah, I think I don't know if that's free, but even if it's not free, it'll just like take a second to spin it up or whatever. Okay, so I just found some random one, but I'm still gonna test. I mean, I don't need to have the break screen on. I found something. I'm gonna see if this works with headers. So no, I just closed the tab. But yeah, throwing it always on would basically do the job. See, we're not using this on A1. We're using this other random one I just found. Ooh. Friends and I run a Discord bot through REPL. Yeah, you can. I started with REPL back before they had the always on, so I never really familiarized myself with it. Oh, it's a trickery thing, huh? Yeah. I remember back on Heroku, you can trick them to keep them awake and stuff. Classic. Maybe am I doing wrong with these headers? Um, ABC. Just accept my headers. Using header. Oh, header is not allowed according to header. Access control allow. Oh, I just closed it. Okay, so apparently there are only certain headers that are allowed. So I can inspect the network request and figure that out. So I'll go back to using my proxy one. Network tab. Accept encoding, blah, blah. What are my response? Okay, I clicked the wrong one. Response headers, access control, so we get that one. Ooh, access control, request headers. Ooh, okay, so we get, okay, this one takes no headers. I'm gonna go look at this person's files, because this is the one I just found. But yeah, if you want like a stable one with all that control, this is written in Go. I can barely read this, but yeah, you essentially want to receive every request and just pass them all back, but you got to set the current headers to allow anything. And apparently, I'm trying to read the text here. Come on, tell me which header it was. Sorry, my eyes are failing to read. It's a certain header. Course pre-flight. Okay, so access headers. I'm just guessing at this point. Okay, access, allow, control, origin. No, I want the header variant. Okay, I'm just gonna look at the headers list at this point. Access, control, course. Okay, it's a whole course page. Look at that. Oh no, this is an explanation. This might not be the full listing. No. So we got the origin. Yeah, that's good. Origin's good. Yeah, yeah. Oh, here it is. Allow headers. There we go. Okay, let's see. And I want to read the docs on this, not the article on this. Access control, allow headers. Here it is. Headers is required if you ask for a header. Should always allowed and usually aren't listed. Syntax. Yes. Okay. So if you wanted to make your own CORS proxy, you find a CORS proxy on Replit, or you just make your own, and you have to make sure to set access control allow headers to all, and that will allow you to basically pass any headers in. So that is the plan. Ooh, apparently if you are using the authorization one, you gotta hard code it in there. So I think, what is it? You have to do authorization, comma, asterisk. So yeah, it's possible. Just, I don't have one. You gotta do a little work to get one. Maybe I'll, some free time later, I'll just fiddle around with it, but yeah, maybe later. Okay, back to do. What are we doing? We are doing Shibi Online. This works, but it doesn't work enough. So what's my plan? My plan is to not mark this as done. We're going to do the next one. Did we already do random dog? No, we didn't. Oh, didn't we? We did, I say. We did. Random.dog, random.dog, doggos. Yeah, we did it. Okay, great. We're making better progress. Okay, so both of these are technically species dependent. So let's look at Shibi. Shibi is the next one we're looking at, even though we just completed it. Let's look at the, oh, where is it? Shibi.online. So this is a special one because it supports multiple species. So you can do API cats or API birds. None of this has any species knowledge with it, and none of this has any other knowledge with it. So we need to expand our base class to have more stuff, which means we'll have to expand all our children classes. So let's do this. We're going to give them all a name. That's going to be this.name equals name. And now for every one, we're going to be adding a name. So let's unfold all. And that name is going to be what the user sees and clicks. Random duck for random duck. XOLTY API. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. And here we're going for zoo animal API. And we have dog CEO, so dog CEO. Bunnies IO. Random fox. Fish watch. Random dog. Elephant API. The cat API. Shibi. And that is all of them. So now that we've added this new data to our base class and added it from all of our subclasses, we can use it. And we're going to use it by setting text content to source dot. Look at that VS Code autocomplete. It's right there. Its name. Now, if we look at the right browser, we can see super readable names. And the functionality still works. Whoa, this is an aggressive looking creature. Yeah, thank you, Jessica, for this suggestion of use all the pictures. Oof. Ah, random food API. Yep, if we use all, of course. Well, it must be a big API request. What are we hitting? Oh, high quality axolotl and premium. This looks like the 1%ers of axolotl right here. Look at all this colorful coral going around. Loving it. Okay, so that behavior is good. Let's commit and push that. Add name to animal source. And that is it. So you see, like, this is the benefits, I get kind of the benefits of using OOP. You make a single change, then you make the change so all the data can support it. In this case, everyone needed a change. And it kind of just works. The inheritance, the autocomplete, it all just works. Maybe you could just do this if these are all arrays too, but I don't know, it just feels so much structured this way. So much more yeah, I said it right. My brain was like, you said it wrong, say it again. And I'm like, okay. Now let's add some more fun stuff to it. So right now, let's unfull screen so you can see the URL. If we're clicking for axolotls, okay, first thing, I just had that behavior, we're gonna fix that. When I press the button, I can push it again. Look, I pushed it 3 times before the first image even loaded. That's bad behavior. When we click the button, the form should stop us from clicking the button again. So we will disable the form. Now, a fun fact about field set, which is what I am using in the HTML file to surround my elements. I'm doing so I can get this cool legend where like it crosses out the border and all that fun stuff. Cool thing about field sets is that you can disable them. So watch this. Yeah, watch me typo this 5 times. When you disable it, all the children elements get disabled. Ain't that cool? You don't need to go through every child and be like, query selector all, select input text area button for each thing.disabled equals true. Nah. You do one disabled and disables all the children. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go here and we'll be like, okay, you push the button. I'm going to disable some stuff. Field set disabled equals true. And then once you fetch the random image, I'm going to say, once you're done with it, well, actually, I'm going to catch. Well, I'm going to catch alert. So yeah, we'll do a little error handling, and then I'll say then we will write an arrow function the way it's supposed to be. And then in here we will undisable. Now the way we undisable, I think we can say false. Maybe we have to explicitly set its thing to we have to call remove attribute. I don't know. We'll find out when I query select field set. Yes, a big global. I know. Everyone calm down. Don't want to report me to Leon. So watch when I click the button. It does nothing. Ain't that cool at all? Nothing absolutely changed. Disabled. So I'm writing JavaScript, not TypeScript. When I make typos, nothing helps me. It's like, sure, if that's what you want. Okay, it's hard to tell, but it's for a flash, and we will do a set timeout. So it is visible. What is this? 500, 5,000. Big timeout. So when we click fetch, it's disabled. I'm clicking, it's not doing anything. So this prevents me from like double clicking and like being impatient and all. Plus, it acts as a free loading indicator because UI updates, the impression is that something is happening. Okay, so this is good. It can be better though. So we're happy with this. Add controls toggling, I guess. Sure. Then let's get push. Get push, not get push. There we go. Now let's make this better because it's going to be hard to tell depending on the image. But let's see. We click it got enabled. Then like a second later, the image finished loading. That's not the exact behavior we have or that we want. So basically what's happening is we have, brains. So basically we have button click. So this is our timeline of events. We have button click. Okay. Thank you, Linux. I did not want that. So I will not do it on the left side of the screen. We have, I'll do it vertically. So we have button click here. Then we have the API fetch here. So it's a good timeline. But then we have the fetch finish here. So buttons are re-enabled, but the image is finished loading sometime after here. This is not what we want. We want only the button to enable when the image is finished loading. So we want it to be like up here where the image finishes loading and then the button re-enables. So we want to swap those around. And there are like 5 ways to do this, I think. But the first one requires a little update to our architecture. So our architecture is kind of right now, it's kind of lying to us. The cake is a lie, the methods are a lie. We've been lying to ourselves. Fetch random image does not fetch a random image. It does fetch a random image, but that's not all it does. What does it additionally do? It takes that random image and it updates the user interface. It updates the UI. This is not what we want it to do. We want it to just give us the random image URL. We will update the UI accordingly. So, and the reason we want to do that is so we can implement this upcoming logic, plus to make this name actually accurate. So let's do that first in our following logic. So we get URL here. This is our image URL. No, we say image.source equals URL. That half's basically done. Now this is where we get to do a little refactoring, where instead of doing the assignments for every one of these fetch random images, we need to do explicit returns, not explicit returns, just returns of the URL in question. It's not too hard to do, thankfully. I've written this in a very uniform way, so we just gotta go through them one by one, and wherever the image.source is, I can do a return. Probably literally could have done some magic multi-cursor editing, but streamer brain is getting to me. I don't remember how to do that. I'm already halfway through. Almost. Oh no, we're deleting everything. No, we're not. There we go. There we go. Boy, it's a lot of APIs I added. There we go. More. Okay, no, that was the last one. We're at the base class. Phew. Okay, so now we do the thing. It still works. The user flow has not changed. Now let's make this better. So let's just, I happen to know most of it off the top of my head, but JS when image finishes loading. That's basically what we're doing. I look at all these things, click the top one. It's not a Stack Overflow, so we're gonna be crazy about it. Wow, this is okay. I'm sorry I ever clicked that. Check when image finishes. But I know it's using the load event. I just wanted to show the process of finding it. Wow, we got jQuery. Okay, we're unfortunately not getting the good good events. Maybe I'm searching this wrong. Yeah, sometimes you don't do the right searches and things don't work. So yeah, this is what basically we're going to be doing. We're going to be adding an event listener to our image when we assign it, before we assign it, checking if it loads. When it does, we will resolve. When it fails, we will reject. So let's show how this works. And this is going to be doing something we also haven't done yet, which is creating our own promises. Technically, when you make an function mark it as asynchronous, you are, quote, creating a promise, but not with the promise constructor. So when you turn a new promise, you need to pass it a function, a callback function that receives two parameters, resolve and reject. Now, what these two parameters are also callback functions. So you can see resolve takes a value and returns nothing, and reject takes a reason optionally and returns nothing. So what this does is essentially it creates a promise that will resolve, aka will be .thenable, like when you .then, you'll get the value out whenever you call resolve, and it will fail, like throw the error or go to the catch block, when you call reject. So what we do now is we say image add event listener load. So when this thing is loaded, we want this to be the successful path, because if it loads, then it's successful. So we want it to resolve. And just for, this is a cool thing. So as the third parameter to add event listener, you can pass like a boolean to like do some weird capturing phrase stuff. Capturing phase stuff. And also you can pass an object called once. Yes, this is true. Now what once does is, it doesn't tell me in these docs, but what once does basically, when the load happens, it'll execute your callback function, but then it'll automatically call like remove event listener with your function. So you don't have to manually remove your callback or remove your event listener after it executes once to like clean it up and be memory efficient. You can just pass an object with a property of once set to true, and it'll clean it up for you. And now we want to handle errors too. Now when it fails, now we want to give an error message, so this time we want to specifically call resolve with a new error. Image failed to load, because we want, them to know stuff. Finally, we're going to set the image source to this, and because this is basically thing, we're going to do that, and then after the promise is done, I'm thinking thoughts right now, hold on. So we want to do this at some point, right? So at the end of it all, we re-enable the form. Thinking we're going to put my, well, that needs to be a reject. Thank you. So I knew I had a typo because I was looking around here, like my eyes are over here, and I saw reject was like gray. You see how this is like bright yellow, beige, whatever, but this was like darkish. I was like, why is it doing that? And like instantly VS Code does that when you don't use a variable. Where I use reject, I obviously didn't use reject, so I use resolve. So I fixed that. Now the error is going where it needs to be, and I need to catch my error and do stuff when that happens. I'll do that there, and then I'll do that there, because I'm a baddie writing bad code. I don't know where to put anything. There we go. I'm trying to make this as liney, like readable-ish. There we go. So now let's look at this behavior in the correct browser. Oh, you see, this is a good example. That image took like a second to load, and the form was still disabled. Give us a bad image. That was a great image on. Okay, yeah, so we have this logic implemented. Oh, I had an auto format event. Okay, this is the great thing. Like when you do use auto format, it works, but if you forget it, then it clutters your git commits. It's okay. We have done this. What are we calling this, right? We are add image loading improve image loading experience. Yeah. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, I have some unshaved changes. No, I don't want to save those. No, index. You're messing up I like my commits to be very much exactly what they should be, and nothing more, nothing less. So let's, no, okay, what were my changes? Okay, good. Good, there we go. Now we do a git push, Get push. Okay, let's do the auto format because things are on fire apparently. That's what I get for not running it every time. Spacing. Loving it. Okay, let's get push them spaces. Okay, now this is working. But we need to do some species logic at this point. So, because what happens is, I want to be able to select all the species in the world, and then like I only want to see dogs, so then it'll pick from all the APIs that have dogs and only give me dogs. That is the next behavior that I will be implementing after this break. I have a break, everyone. Stretch, hydrate, relax, all the fun stuff. There we go, folks. Break is ending in about 30 seconds. And what we will be doing this session, and probably until, so at least for me, it's like 5:45. So this one will probably go towards 7. So this is probably gonna be our last break. So, and I'll end about like 6:55-ish. But yeah, we will be doing this stuff. Sorry, I forgot. We'll be implementing species, so you can select a species and only get the things from that species. And this is going to start with adding it to our base class. Everything adds to our base class. Now we're using a spread operator because I'm fancy, but you can make this an array too. Basically, it's just an array of species names. Now we're not going to do anything cool like IDs and names. Nope. They're just going to be names. So for duck, we're going to say you are bird. Axolotl. I know this isn't the correct spelling of axolotl. I gotta go find it now. Why is that the correct? Okay, it was wrong. I was like, no. Okay, now for next one, we have zoo. This one has no species, so unique behavior we'll implement for dog. Who knew? For bunnies. I don't think we'll call it rabbit. Bunny's fine. For fox. Fox. For fish watcher. Fish. For dog. Dog. As you can see, fair amount of repetition. Not too bad. Capital E for elephant. Cat API is cat. Sheeby. Now this is where Sheeby gets weird. We have dog. We have other kinds too. We have cat. We have bird. 3 different species, this one. And this is where we start doing some rendering. For source of sources. We want to get all the species. The plural of species, folks. It's species. Thank you, English language. Species equals sources. Now I'm going to do some magic here. It's going to be sources.map. Watch me type everything wrong. So we have source, then we have source.species. We want to flatten these. So flat map takes an array of arrays and flattens it to a depth of 1 to 1 giant array. But this has duplicates, so we can do some fancy duplicate removal, or we can just use set, which is another data structure like an array. It takes an iterable of stuff and it removes it doesn't keep duplicates. So if you pass it 2 dogs, you end up with 1 dog. And now we want this to be an array, so we convert it back to an array with the spread operator. So our brain was like, what's this? It's the spread operator. So now it's an array, and now we can iterate over all of them. For const species of that thing, we're going to say value, we're just going to use text content equals species, and we're not using source select, we're using species select. Of course, it's not defined yet. So we go up here, 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 here. Just like jumping around with my cursor. To species, and that should just work. To the right browser, look at them all. They do nothing, and image failed to load. Wow, our errors are working already, folks. That was a great test. Happy bun bun. Now we need to make our species work. So species is going to take priority in this division, in this behavior. So here's the thing, when we're going to implement some logic here. When species, let's do the filtering first, okay? Source. So selected ID, then we're going for that one. Otherwise, we're going for that one. But we need to get selected species too. So this is not source selected, it's species select that value. So we're going to say const possible sources equals sources.filter source that species includes selected species. This is only if there is a selected species. So the selected species, we're redoing all this. Otherwise, then all the possible sources are possible. And there is that logic there, I think. Yeah, so if there's a selected species, we only want the ones that are of that one. Otherwise, why is this angry? Sauces. Sources. Thank you, VS Code, for the typo watch out. I think this might just work. So if I want birds, I get, excuse me. Ooh, Shibi API does not do anything with the species. Let's click it again. That's a high quality image. Okay, so I have to update the Shibi API because it's the only. Oh, there's duck one. Am I just that bad at rolling? Ah, good duck. Okay, so when we call fetch random image, we need to pass what species we're fetching. So selected species, basically. And we need to use that for some APIs. When I say some APIs, I specifically mean Shibi, though. Shibi's the only weird one. Where is it? Shibi's. Here it is. So, template literal. Yes, we are. That to string to lowercase. Right? Yeah. Okay, this is good. But then I want my selected species to also be, like, it needs to be one of them. So it's always going to be a selected species. Sorry, this logic kind of depends on other logic that we don't have just yet. So we're just going to YOLO it. The big high quality image. A chunky image. This will be the highest quality image I've ever seen in my life. It's an error. Okay, 214. We didn't get a good source. Yikes. Okay, so we're going to select bird. There we go. We got duck API. And then 191. Shibi is not defined. Of course it isn't. It's species. So if we do again, select bird. Bird is, and that is from the Shibi API. You can tell because it ain't a duck. Now these are ducks, so you know where they're from. I'm waiting. That's another duckish. There you go. Non-duck came from the Shibi API. So this is now working. We need to implement some tough logic to basically not give us an option. So if I select bird and I select axolotl, things catch on fire. We don't want to do this. We want to update these when they're clicked. So we want to say species select add event listener change. This is going to be, well, it's not going to be doing anything with the event. It's just going to be basically rendering species. So we'll write this function out here. Render, no, when we select the species, we need to render sources. Right, that's what we need to do. Because if you select a species and the sources list needs to update. Render sources. There we go. So we have old value equals source select that value. Basically, we're going to be redoing this logic, but in here. Then we will say source select that value equals old value. We want to persist if it exists. If it doesn't, this behavior will do basically nothing. But if you're selecting the dog API and choose dog as a animal type, you still want to be selecting the dog API. Now let's look at this logic here. So first thing is we need to clear the old ones out. Because if we keep doing this, we'll just keep adding more and more and more. We need to delete the old ones. Let's say while source select dot children was it child element count is greater than 1, because we want to keep one of them. That's our original all, but we want to get rid of the rest of them. So we do source select dot children access the first one or the second one at the first index, and we call remove. So we just keep removing until we only have one left, the one we want to keep. Now this should do the trick, but we need to do some filtering. So if source species doesn't include the selected species, we outie. So let's see, const species equals species select dot value. So this is also going to need to handle if it doesn't exist. So if this and, so if there's a selected species and, thinking thoughts, sorry, and that species doesn't exist in the current source, ignore it. Otherwise, if you don't select a species, show them all, or otherwise, if the source doesn't contain the species, show that one. Okay, I think that works. So if I have sources, I have them all. I select bird. We only see that one. We only see bunnies. We see foxes. Elephants. All. Okay, all just got weird on us. Because, and I remember this, we only updated half of our HTML. Aha, here it is. So our value needs to be empty, because right now our value is all, which is always truthy, so it checks, does this array contain the string all? And it fails. Now, when we go to axolotl, we get the axolotl API. When we go to all, we get them all. Good, good, good from a user interface perspective, not programmatically. So we look at what programmatically we're doing. Actually, I think we're okay programmatically. I don't know, so if I select bird, and I leave it on all, should basically only be hitting these two. Okay, high quality picture. Whoa, we gotta look at this one. Okay, someone's winning prizes for this. Ooh, good picture of a bird. Go to bunny. So let's go to bunny, select bunny's IO, go to all. See how bunny IO stays selected? Because we're keeping the old value. Now if we select dog CEO and select axolotl, that's not behavior we want, is it? No, no, no. Okay, let's go to that logic again. So we're setting the value to there, old value. Okay, let's grab the select right now and check their value. Setting it to empty string should have reset it to all, but it didn't. So source select autocomplete dot value. It is an empty string. That's not. Interesting logic. Old value is right here. Let's not do this anymore. See how it behaves. We select random duck. We select bird. Go back to all. Select bunny. Go to all. So it's resetting there. Put that back. I select duck. I go to bird. I mean, that works. I select duck. I go to axolotl. It clears. Interesting behavior. Is this a timing issue? If it is, it's going to really suck, but. So if I select duck, go to axolotl, ooh, it was good, then it turned bad. What's old value? So it's not a timing issue, I can remove that. Clean the code. So I select duck, and I go to dog. Ooh, it has to set it to random duck, and it does set it to random duck. It just doesn't exist. Then you basically only keep old value if it exists in the new array of stuff, right? Right, kinda. Thinking thoughts still. Okay, yeah, I think that's the behavior I'm going with. So it's going to be if not source select dot value, source select dot value equals empty string. So if I select the duck, I said, and I go for the dog. Okay, so it sets it to the duck, but then it's like, hey, it didn't work. Which is weird that when it doesn't work, it doesn't go to the default empty string, but I guess that's the way the setter works. I'm not complaining. Okay, this works. We need to do the same thing for the other way. Also need to call render sources on load, don't we? Apparently we are. I don't know, it's fine. Let's call render, make a new renderer for species, because it works the other way. So if I select, essentially everything gets inverted. Species select, and I know it's like, this is the wettest code I've ever seen. It will be dried out eventually. Forgot sources. So we need to go through all the species. For every source, go through all the species. So I've done this logic, just hard coded it, right? Yeah, for all the species. But only in the selected source. Okay, that's interesting logic. Sources equals species, and then we need to find that one. Sources, find source dot includes. Wait a minute. So this is when species is rendering. This is when I change the source. So if I select random duck, or if I select sheepy, I should get dog, cat, and bird. So this is literally finding the source that matches. Source equals selected source, right? There we go. Sources, so if it's here, then it's an array of one item. Amazing. Otherwise, it's all the other sources. Loving that. It's not that, it is selected. There we go. Pretty ternary operator. First source of sources, so we got old deletion, all that stuff. Value and text content. Let's look at this one. Yeah, we're rendering the sources. Here we're just rendering the species, which is I have with this logic up here. There we go. So it's literally yoinking. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Yeah, let's use this loop instead for species of all of my sources that I'm looping over. Option append shell, species select old value. Looks good. We need to call this at some point. So when our species change, we render sources. When our sources change, we render species. Sources select or source select. There we go. So when I select nothing, so I need to call these both random explicitly, I believe. I think, right? Yeah. Okay, there we go. So I select bird, the thing filters over there. When I select sheepy, things catch on fire. That's okay. Line 248. Cannot read undefined reading dot species. So sources. So what is selected source? It's defined returned a null. Selected source is nothing, so if it's real, then do the find. Source.id. Yep, class will never equal it because it's a class or an object, and that's a string. Now if I select sheepy, I only see dog, cat, and bird. So I think sheepy bird, sheepy all. Unexpected end of JSON input. Sheepy all. It's okay, it's trying really hard. I think I have the rendering working though, which was that logic to do. It's very dry. Or it's very wet, actually. It's the opposite of dry. Let's go see what this error is about. Okay, let's just log some of this stuff, see what's going on. Selected ID, selected species, source, all this good stuff. We like to see it. So I select sheepy and I want all. I got sheepy. I select species. Ooh, no species. Right. Okay, so I need to do some form of randomization on that also. Because there always needs to be a selected species. And it needs to be one that this source can handle. Okay, so I can do this. So I have the source and do my third time doing this randomization. Okay, Shibi will also need to default to something. No, Shibi's good. It's the zoo animal one that's going to be weird. That's okay. So, source species. Math.floor, math.random times source species length. Right? Yeah, that seems right. So Shibi should be happy. Happy Shibi. Get bird, we get cat. Can you get Shibi? No, we'll get nothing. Okay, let's check out this this actual thing going on in console log. What is going on? What is up? Figure it out. Dog. Is that a bad URL? We don't get dog, we get Shibi. I have to do a renaming. So this is why we like this object oriented. We can make individual changes to ones that have unique behaviors. Cat. Cat. That's a lot of cats. Bird. Cat. Where's the Shibi? Beautiful cat. Bird. Cat. No. Yes, okay, we finally got a Shibi. So that logic is tested. It is fixed. Nothing's on fire. If I select an axolotl, so if I select axolotl, and I go back to, so if I select axolotl, I can't select any of the other ones. This is the expected behavior. Select elephant, I only get elephant API, 11 it. Select bunny, I only get bunny's IO. Axolotl, okay, this behavior is perfect. This is what we're gonna save. Well, yeah, we're going to save this because it's a little dirty now, but we will clean it up now. Implement species selection. Oh, loving it. Let's look at the changes. Be paranoid. Yeah, no, actually implement species entirely. And then we have some selection logic. Yeah. Okay, it's all good. And now we want to do our to-do list. Try to click it 5 times. We're done with Shibi. You know what? It's literally the last one I have on the list. Let's go for it. API 14, folks. The last of them all. Index.js. Then we'll try all that out down there. There we go. Some random API. It's the URL, some hyphen random. Yeah, I like to match my IDs to what they are. Let's look at some random API, because it's actually got a fair amount of stuff on it. Dog, cat, panda, fox, red panda, koala, bird, raccoon, kangaroo. Look at all these species we're about to get. And all their endpoints are basically just those. So I'm going to click on these. It opens so many tabs. I got the RAM though. I can handle it. And fox, we already have one. So this is going to add our second fox, our 5th cat, and our 3rd dog probably. And another bird. I forgot about that. Okay, so we got a lot of species here. Let's go through them. Kangaroo. Okay, we got weird editor magic. Raccoon, 2 C's, 2 O's. Yep. Bird. Koala. Red panda. Fox. I wonder what it says. Panda. Cat. And dog. This is good. Let's update this endpoint right here. We want this URL. We do want a template literal. Oh, we don't want a template literal. We'll just plus it. There's no need to use template literals when they're not really needed. That is species to lowercase. Replace any underscores. So we'll do replace all. 2022. Replace it. No, replace spaces with underscores. Replace app. Hey, I wish. Replace all. Response is data.image. Loving it. Either add this to our list. And it should just work. Capital F for Fox. Some random API. Fails. That's okay. What is this failure? Oh, I don't want that. I want the URL, you Google Chrome. It's a dead image. It's a very living image. 403. That's not authorized. I have no idea what that's doing. Imager 403. It looks good to me. Huh. Refer policy, no refer. So I guess they block hot linking from outside resources? Sure. Will that work? Are these imagers? Yeah, well, there's an imager. Okay, that was it. Loving it. Hey, Silent Spy. How is it going? Thanks for stopping by, Silent Spy. How's your day, evening, night been going so far? I'm just here basically nearing the end of this random animal generator. You can pick a species, you can pick a source, pick all kinds of fun stuff. It'll fetch you a random animal picture from that place. Oh, look at that turtle. And this some random API is a pretty good one. Okay, I think that's it for that one. Yes, it is. We add. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. And yeah, today's been great. Stream's been great. Was a bit productive before the stream, so yeah, really gonna take advantage of this week off thing, you know. And get all those things that were slightly just falling out of the way. Ah, fetch two random animals and do a face off. Yeah, that would be cool. Let me add this thing first. Some random API. Add that. Yeah, so let's do some quick mock dirty CSS. See how I can style that. It would basically be kind of like a recommendation sorting thing. Obviously, just without the actual implementation. So let's source those from there. Just put two of them. YOLO. Okay, they're stacking vertically. That's fine. Let's put them in a div. Make that div flex horizontal. Control Shift I. Thank you. Yeah, so let's. Oh, maybe not a div. Do I have CSS on divs? Nope, I don't. Div display flex direction row. I mean, it's already a row. Why do I need to do that? There we go. Look at them. Look at those two random pictures. How do I want to implement this behavior? What's a flex wrap? What would flex wrap do to this? Ooh, I don't like that. I want the height. This is a single page application. That's the way I want it to stay. How many of these can I add? Oh, I can add a lot. Eventually, we're gonna get horizontal scroll. That's expected. I don't know how to be responsive about that. I mean, 2. I think we limit it to like 3, 4. What's the limit I can do here? 5. Okay, limit's 4. Add padding to the. Oh yeah, add padding to the div itself. You said themselves, so I don't know. I'm gonna try it on the div, but I think you meant plural on all the things. Yeah, you probably meant that. Yeah, that makes it look a little better there. I'll try to go for actual padding though. Div image padding 1 rem. Well, I think the intended behavior. Oh, okay, we get. Oh yeah, because gap is between, padding is all around. Right. Now can I spam more? Nah, I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get that far, but I think 4 is a good number. Now what I'm going to do is go update my JavaScript to hit all of these. So my image, basically query selector, all. And then I still want it to be on the first one. That's where all my logic goes. But then here, I'm going to go through all the images. So img.for each, yep. img.source equals URL. So they all get the URL. And yeah, we're setting them all to the different one. You set default rem. Yeah, I didn't do any of that logic, did I? Yes, I mean the only like advantage of not like you doing that, setting the default rem to like 62.5%, is that all your calculations are in 10 pixels. But if you're not calculating in 10 pixels at all, like I am, I'm just putting numbers on, it has no effect. So like, yeah, this is 16 pixels and this is 16 pixels, but I was just putting numbers down. But you're right, I should. Maybe after I figure this out, I will. Ooh, that's okay, so it literally depends on the image itself. Okay, so if I set the div to a max width 100% or 100 VW, I don't want it to overflow. Overflow none. I mean, that's not going to do what I want. It's literally going to. No, we scrolling. Who's scrolling? Overflow none. Okay, apparently that's not the property. Overflow hidden. Yeah. They're still there, though. Ooh, I'm trying to think. If I give them all a flex of 1. Yeah, I never made them flex, did I? Huh. So I'm doing the width and the height 100, 100. If I drop that, drop that. No, they're still hitting that up. Okay, well, if I set the explicit width of the div there, I want them all to take a percentage. Okay, I could go display grid and grid template columns repeat for 1 fractional unit. Just be like, you get 4 columns and you're happy with it. It does work. Don't know what I did here to break this though. You're not supposed to be centered or whatever. When did you get so much? Oh, because your margin. Yeah, okay, you don't want all that margin. You want 0 vertical margin. There we go. Okay, cool. And then what I can do is have a column. I'm going to put this above the fetch button. So they're going to get their own cute little happy place together. And then we're going to have an input type equals number, close tag. It's going to be a value of 1, min 1, max 4, because that's readable. Now I want these to be centered eventually too. Did I remove all that CSS from them? No, they're still there. Okay, good. So I want that there. Does that look good? It looks absolutely horrible. How am I doing this here? Okay, field set direct. Does children need this styling, not just legend? Right, legend marginato? Field set direct children marginato? No. Okay, fine. We're gonna do field set div. Notice this display flex direction column. What is happening? Oh, do I need to give you a flex of 1? Oh no, this ain't right. Back to the HTML. Undo. Go back, go back, go back. Well, that's not centered anyway. Okay, so it was never centered to begin with, I suppose. So it's not really a problem I just created. It's always been there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's going to modify the number of images. Let's do this logic here. I think I'll just hide the other ones. Yeah, it seems like easy logic. Let's get image count. Here it is, and round button. Image count equals input, the only one we got. And we're going to add a change to that. So at the bottom, image count, add event change, destructure the target and the value. We're lazy. Then we're going to say all the images. So img.for each img I. Now I want to get the count. Const count equals convert the value to a number. Convert the value to a number using the value unary plus operator. But we want to say image.class list.toggle hidden if the count is greater than I. I don't know if I is greater than the count. It's like if there are 2 and your number greater than or equal to, I think. I don't know. We're figuring math out. We need a hidden class. Display none. Loving it. That's okay. That's not working. We look at it and see why. Image count add event listener is. I did query selector all. Yeah, I did. 11 yet, and we also need to adjust the number of grids, so if I figured out flex I wouldn't need to do this, but I haven't, so we're YOLOing. So how did I do my div? So this is, we're not calling you a div anymore. Image container. Congratulations, you have been promoted. Yeah, and you only get 4, and then you all get sources to start off with. Loving it. Image container. Loving it. Loving it. I'm just going to dynamically set the style, and this will be in a render eventually. But image container. Gotta put this in a global eventually too. Container dot style. No, we're gonna say grid count. Data set. No. Data set. Come on. What is the data set I'm setting? It is the number of columns. Columns equals count. Loving it. Now we can use what is it? Atter? Use data set value. That's what I want to do. Atter function. Okay, so we want atter. I don't know how this works. Data hyphen whatever. Okay, so it's data hyphen columns, and we will. Why are you angry? Can we use a var? Sure. Okay, we'll use CSS variable. Being weird. Style. I'm going to set data columns, and we don't need data columns. We just set columns. Columns equals count. Now you say just custom variable columns equals count. We will default this to our HTML defaults, which is 1. So style equals columns 1, value 1. I want to turn autocomplete off of this. I always want it to be 1 initially. Good, this is a rendering logic. I think actually this can handle. Apparently I broke the grid. Let's check it out. Image container, display grid, repeat var. So we get 1, but we get all 4. Yes, so these hiddens need to be applied. I can do it manually though. We're not handling this dynamic initialization logic at all. Loving it. Okay, let's fetch. Ooh, big thing. Ah, darn it. I want to do object fit on the image container. To contain, right? Okay, maybe we just scroll and I don't know. Ah, it's only when I get there. Okay, div height 100 VH. Your height's there. Your height should be remaining. Maybe it's because I'm in grid. Oh, actually, that's it. No, that's not it. Okay, I don't know how CSS works. That's fine. I increased the count, though, to 4. And we get 4, but not in a grid. Repeat var columns. Columns never got updated. Okay, columns. You didn't do your job. Element.style columns. Columns equals count. Let's console log some stuff. Before and after. Hello, hello. To the console. Clicky, clicky. So it's working. They say, okay, I'm seeing the hiddens. Let's just go manually update the thing. Maybe repeat doesn't work on it. Oh, no, I see columns is still 1. That's the problem because I'm using inline styles, of course. And they have a higher priority over something? I don't know, maybe not. No, JavaScript ain't doing its job. Okay, let's just console log this thing while we're at it. Oh, I see it right there. Double hyphen COLUMNS. Huh, okay. I've forgotten. Streamer brain's getting to me. Oh, it's set property? What an interesting API I have to use. I wonder if it's because I'm using a number as a value. Wrong browser. Okay, don't ask me, folks. Use set property. Can't use explicit assignment operator. Whatever reason that is, who cares? Okay, we get 4. We get 4 sharks. We don't want 4 sharks. We want, maybe instead of 4, I don't know. We want 4 random animals. So we want basically to do this 4 times. So where do I call this code? Fetch random image 4 times. Okay, yeah, so we'll do this for the count. This will be for the count, and this will be for the nth image. So we're going to put nth. This is going to be a number of which image is being updated. So yeah, image, nth, image, nth, image, nth. And it's going to default. Well, actually, it won't default to nothing. So it'll be for let 0 I under image. No, where is it? Image count. Count I plus plus. I think I gotta I'll make sure you're a number. I don't trust it. Fetch random image. We're not doing this logic here anymore. We're doing it down here. And we want these all to be, we want all these to happen, so wait, promise.all. We'll send them all off at once, because who cares about that? We want to add these to a list, though. waning equals array. Then we'll promise up all the waning and set the disabled back to false. Well, since we're doing that here, we'll take that logic out there, or disabled logic into here. Will be waning.push this promise. We can one line that, one line all that, wait for all of them, Control Shift I, nothing to format. Let's separate these form logic out, Shift I. Okay, this is good. So I want okay, something broke. Await is only valid, of course. Good error message. So I want 1. Can't read properties of defined, adding event listener. Image, nth. Ooh, yeah, I never passed the nth, so that is I, of course. Of course, for each ain't gonna do the trick. Source equals this, equals URL. Yes. 1 kangaroo. And we have verses. Well, that one I guess also got it. Nice. I think I want to clear them before I fetch them. I don't know. I want to make this a 2x2 grid now that I think about it. So let's CSS this up. Basically, divide it by 2 in floor or ceiling it. That's the math. Where's my math? Where am I doing this math? Here's my math. Set property columns, math.floor. We're just gonna, I think we want sealed because we never want it to be 0. By 2, right? What is this layout? Oh, this is 2. I want 2 to be 3, 4. Let's look at 4. Okay, this CSS is what's bothering me at this point. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. I don't want this scroll bar. So I want this to be height. What is it? 80 view height? 50 view height. Okay, it's not listening to me. I want these all to be... I'm going to kind of get manual on this. So 20 view height. You all get... Whoa. How can you go? Oh, because you're the 4, right? Yeah, so you can do 50 VH. Get a margin of auto on y'all. Make you happy. Now let's see how this scales. Count. This is acceptable. Let's look on mobile. Oof. Yeah, okay, so mobile query's not gonna do that. Look, I'll verticalize it. I'm looking at the height. Height just kind of goes, right? Margin auto with 50 VH. 55 VH feels right. Okay, let's update that on line 36. Why am I setting width when height is the one that matters? Yeah, first try. First try it worked, but it's like, eh. Also, I'm using VH for a width. Man, Stream Brain really got me going. Yeah, this needs to be height anyway. 100% height. 33 VH. Okay, now let's scale this up to a reasonable... Oh, 45. Seems like such a good number. We should go 40. So width 100, height 45 VH. Object contain, margin auto. Okay, looks good. Save, refresh. 1 picture. Yeah, the scaling of this for multi can... Okay, we go 40 VH. I will make you responsive. Okay, this is acceptable to me. But we got a big picture. Who's got the big picture? Oh, Imager, what have you done? Okay, so this is good in my book. How are we going to do mobile, right? Because when we get to... Let's scale it back up. Actually, mobile seems to be doing alright. What pixel count I want to do this at? 600 seems like a good one. At media, max width 600 pixels. I always get these backwards. Don't worry about it. Image container, grid template column. You get one column, and you are happy about it. Uno column. No more column. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, where's my vertical margin going? Do I not get that? Okay, one rem, 0. And hard code it. Maybe I can do it to all of them. Do you scale on the other ones? Yeah, actually. Okay, yeah. Padding, vertical, 1 rem. 1 rem, 0. I know I'm on the wrong element. Let's fix that. Loving it. I should clear them when I'm doing multiple. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing that now. Up here. Here. B. So say image and source URL. We clear it before we even do this. Well, we clear it to what? Empty string? Yeah. Oh, that makes them an error? What behavior is that? I don't want that behavior. I just want to not show an image. Okay, I just give them an alt, right? Is that the supposed to be behavior? Come on, HTML, do the trick. That'll show text instead of failure. That's acceptable in my book. I mean, I'm still seeing the failure icon, but that's okay in my book. Oh, that's weird. This isn't what I want. I'm not doing this. Image failed to load. How spectacular. Yeah, I'm not clearing the image anymore. I would go placeholder, but don't really have the resources for it at this point. But hey, we got the 4x4 going on awesome. Of course, if we select appropriately, we only want to compare ducks, for example. We'll have a duck off. Yeah, who's the best duck? We are. Okay, now let's have a little peeky peek. With these. Yeah, so line 28. What is this? 5 rem. I want it to be a solid number so they all center. You can get 10 rems out of that. Okay, you can get 7.5 rems. Yeah, you're happy with that. But okay, let's legend. Okay, we're gonna be real baddies. We're gonna use the no one tell Leon. Y'all stay quiet now. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. What's up with these borders? No, I don't want that. Can I set like border 0? Is that what's up? No, not on that element, on the image. Okay, computed. Why you got borders? Or is this an outline? Eh. Maybe I don't care that much about them after all. Auto format save, CSS gets no auto formatting because I don't like it. And let's add this. Add look for. Technically, I don't need to be limiting, but I'm gonna set 4x4 for now. Just right now. And there we go. There you go, Genie. We can have little multiple or like a little versus thing going on here. Loving it. Let's look at the random ones. That's a fun API. Lovely. Now, obviously, I'm not going to be able to get to all of this, but we did get to all of the endpoints except for this one and the other one. Let's see if we can squeeze them in the end here. Has the API recovered? The answer is no. So yeah, 2 APIs rip died on us. That's okay. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got literally 12. Okay. So we slipped just under the what I advertised. Don't think we're going to get to permalinks. We can get maybe to some partial of it, but permalinks require me to add IDs to all the images. And I didn't, I ran out of time before I could get to that. Maybe a part 2, tomorrow's stream or something. But I think now I can permalink the species and stuff rendering. Yeah, so let's do this. Window, the hash, the slice, the location, the hash, location. Yeah, it's probably gonna have to be a part 2 to get the permalinking, because the way it's gonna work is that like you can share a link and it'll be like source equals the cat API and then ID equals 1, 2, 3, and it would take you to that image from the source API. Although now if it's 4x4, the URL will be a little longer, but that's basically the permalinking behavior that fortunately is going to have to be pushed off to part 2. But right now, at least, I can populate these 3 fields. Location hash slice 1 const params equals here. And it's going to be if source select value. Well, actually, this is when rendering sources. This is triggered by the species selection. So if species, I think we just set it, right? Params.set species select species to species. Let me see, window.location. Now we want to do some form of history modification, because if we set it, I don't know the easy way to set it. Yeah, we're going for history push state. I think it's like null, null, and then the URL. So window.location.path name. So the hash plus the params to string seems right. So this is when I set the species. There we go. We can already see it somewhat working. That's not the right URL. That's the URL. So let's see. We select bird, dog. It's basically populating the URL. Do the same thing for the other one. And this is instead of species source. We selected source. Good. Okay, that's already working. Now we need to populate this from the URL. So I guess this goes right here. I'm just going to find the logic here, here. We get the URL search params. And this time we're getting them. So this will be species select dot value equals params dot get select species. And this will default to an empty string. Then we want to do the same thing for source. Select source. I don't know if I did the order right. So I select Fox. Yeah, it's not happening because the other one is setting it first. So I have to do it after. Or I have to do a triplicate. Yeah, so I have to do it before, during, and then after. So I do fish from Fishwatch. Hey, there we go. So fish from Fishwatch, all from Fishwatch. Random duck from fish wash. No, random. That's not right. So if I choose fox, it works. The dirtiest code y'all have ever seen. Let's do this event listener up. We need this logic. This is our onload stuff. Be all again. Hey, welcome back, Ryan. just in time to watch it finish off. My color scheme. Well, I am glad you asked. It is black and white. So I have a black background and I have white text. It's really inventive, you know, really minimalistic. That's about it. Yeah, I mean, I probably could invert it. I might do that for the last bit here. But yeah, what we just finished implementing was species, so you can select any species you want. And then Georgina had this amazing suggestion to give you a counter. So now you can select 4 of them at once, because you just don't have enough dogs in your life. You can be like, I want axolotls. You're like, I need more axolotls. Yeah, dark mode forever. I will add a toggle real quick just to not scare away the light mode folks. So let's check that media query in here. What is it? Theme. Okay, I can't find it. VS Code failed to select me. Oh, for VS Code, I think this is default. What's my color theme? Dark plus. I think it's a default theme, VS Code. That's my color schema. What is my other theme? File icon, material icon. Yeah, I never really got into the whole styling VS Code out. I'm happy the way it is. Let's see, prefers. So if there are any weird light people, that's okay, I love you. Light. Then what we want to do is we want to set the body and basically flip these 2 around. Get this in here. Save. Something's wrong with this, I think. Okay, there it is. Apparently I prefer light mode. That's a lie, but whatever. But yeah, we have, for those folks, let me open this in my Firefox, because that's, okay, my Firefox is correctly themed out. Chrome's like, I don't know what you like. So yeah, we'll look at light theme for the last of it. Then boop, 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 boop. Now we can do a count too. Let's go ahead and bring the count. The count. Wrong count. We'll bring the number count of how many we want into this too. Image count, here it is. So image count. I will do this at the bottom because it's all happening down at the bottom. Dot value equals params dot get. I will just put this as count because that's readable enough. Or 1. So we gotta numberify this. And then we gotta call on count date. On count update. There we go. Let's get our destructuring back in there. Now I guess we need to pass it a value when we manually call it, which we can do. So we call on count. Actually, do we need to? Count equal and count equals 3. So it said it, but yeah, the thing didn't formify it. That's okay. We will do it ourselves. So that's why I kind of started to write that in that way. So we manually call out on update with a thing, with a target that has a value of, actually we could just use target as image count, right? Yeah, we can. So I set 3, it works. I go back down to 2 to 1, refresh, back to 3. Let's update our params while we are here. Get the params, set the params, we push them back to the thing, back to count. And watch as I toggle this. The count updates in the URL. Amazing. Yeah, so my dark light mode media querying, it's targeting the prefers color scheme. So this is something the browsers can set, and they can like say, does the user prefer dark or light theme? That's it. And then if your system is set up correctly, your system will tell your browser what theme there is. So yeah, there's no button. Like if your system tells you it's light theme and you want to see dark theme, you're tough out of luck on this site. Maybe that's a feature I'll add on part 2. Because that's kind of how I have it on my site. Oh, I did have it at one point on my site where it would choose whichever theme you wanted, and then you could manually toggle to the other one. But some folks were like, you shouldn't use the light theme because, I don't know, it's just like, I don't know, the dark theme has more time on it, so I prefer people to see the dark one first. But yeah, maybe for this one I will make it choose whatever they have and then manually toggleable. Because right now it's just prefers color scheme. I think detect if the user has requested a light or dark theme. So light is actually light and no preference. Yeah, Ryan. I mean, it's 2022. It's pretty simple. No, it's only light and darks, but that's most of what people need. But yeah, I mean, even when you do it in JavaScript, like manually, the trick, I'll show you this real quick, is the way it does it is, so if we look here, so you see, let me zoom in a little. I have body, and I set data theme to dark. When I click this button, all it does is it flips it to light. So the JavaScript only does that. Well, I shouldn't do that for epilepsy reasons, but that's what the JavaScript does. It's CSS that changes everything else. Now I was kind of like a baddie writing bad code, so I just made a bunch of CSS variables, like a bunch of them, and then I did basically the same logic here, but instead of prefers color scheme, I was like body data theme equals dark or light. So I defaulted it to dark, and then I said, if you're light, without this around it, then you override all the colors accordingly. Yeah, automatically matching and then giving them the option is the best way to do it. I just put like zero, like minimal effort into my light themes, so I just push them dark first. But yeah, that is the preferred way, probably the proper way of doing it. And yeah, so I got count updating. This is working. I select the things correctly. Okay, this is fully functional. I'm gonna save these changes. I think I made a few of them. There, there. It's very wet code. Again, part 2 is where we dry this out. Implement URL hashing, then CSS, add light theme. Apparently I didn't save it. Don't be weird, CSS. Oh, I never added it. There we go. Git push. And now, since this is like the last of it, I'll go ahead and be enabling GitHub pages for this repository. So if you've never seen that before, here it goes. You go to your settings, you go all the way down here to pages, and then you just select what branch you want to show. I want to show main, and then you click save, and it'll take your main branch and build it and publish it at specifically your free github.io URL for the repo, which it's not here yet, or you can use custom domains and all that stuff. But in the meantime, while we sit here and wait for GitHub to build it, I'm going to go find me a README I can copy. Let's find me a README. NASA APOD, that one looks good. Yoink. Oh, over here, readme.md. It's always a good practice to have these on your project so you can see what's going on. Then I update all my links accordingly. Random animal generator. Oh, I didn't call it alternate. Throw away the whole project, right? Let me 1 second. I'm back. Sorry for that. Yeah, so what I'm doing here is creating a README document using Markdown. If you've never seen it before, it's basically a way to format text. So I'll show you the preview of it. So this is what it looks like when it's done. It's a pretty little page. But until then, it's just basically a way to format text. It's commonly used on GitHub and many other code sites, even some just what's it called? CMSs use Markdown. This is an easy way to type stuff that gives you URLs, images, all kinds of cool stuff. Now I'm just adding a little list of all the APIs I used. Again, part 2 is when I fix all this. So I add the README. There we go. Yeah, I will drop the link in the chat. And I think this will work. Add readme.md. I think I made all these URLs correct. Git push. Let's see if we got them right. Yay, the URL is right. So anyone who likes... Oh yes, okay, I was wondering like what happened? Like nothing happened, it's all fine. So yeah, this is the link to the project. I'm trying to figure out why this badge is wrong. This is an auto-generated badge thing that's supposed to show pretty success or not success. Apparently I broke it though. Copy the markdown. Okay, here it is. Oh, I didn't break it. It's just outdated. Cool. Maybe I do a hard refresh. Show me the pretty picture. Bad badge. Well, okay. It's supposed to be like working, but hey, at least you can come here and so this is up GitHub pages. Click on the giant hyperlink. Y'all can see it yourself. I'll directly link to it. But yeah, I know it was a little bit rushed there at the end, but hey, now I have a bunch of stuff that we can do for part 2. Yeah, so the plan for part 2 is kind of what part 2 is, what part 1 was supposed to be, or I thought I'd be able to get completed. Permalinks with synchronized URLs to specific instances. Yeah, and I want to Also, thank Jeannie for the 4x4 idea. It's a great improvement. Default give by GitHub. Yeah, that is the default badge, but I thought it'd, be green. It's supposed to be green. It ain't green. Oh, that one's not green either. Okay, maybe it's not supposed to be green. Well, I mean, at least it's there. You got 2 links to click. People won't get lost too badly. Okay, so yeah, that is. Let me check one thing. I'm checking thing. Do 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 do. Ah, yeah, that is left. So yeah, that is the end of this stream. Appreciate anyone who stuck by. Silent Ryan, Genie, Dis, uh, Double Click, If Dan Can, Lucas, Jetsko. It's your fault we see those food images, Jetsko. Hope you're happy. Nene, and everyone else who stopped by and was just lurking. But yeah, this is the project using 12 APIs. Next time, maybe tomorrow, I'm not really guaranteeing when. Gonna go through and add. I'll try to add the dead API. Yes, that is the plan, Silent Spy. I'm getting ready to raid her right now. Just gotta find the button. I was opening it up on the other screen to see if it was live. Oh, I do think it is live. Yep. Hey, Jenks56. Hey, glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm happy to hopefully been able to demonstrate some cool stuff. Oh, appreciate it, folks. I really appreciate it. We'll go ahead and start the raid to Mayan Wolf. She's gonna be doing some Code Wars stuff. So I did 0 Code Wars. They're gonna be doing all the Code Wars. So the universe is balanced.
Oh, what's up, Rascal? Thanks for coming. Good to have you.